Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreon, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Canna Bear, Fiber Oats, Michael Kahn, Rob H, Ben White, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. There's only you two here. Do you want to hear the clip cue he sent me?
Sure.
Yeah, back off your mic a little bit.
Yeah, someone just posted the vestibular system on the chat here, a live stream, but the vestibular system doesn't detect motion. That was something I was taught growing up, that it detects motion. It doesn't. It detects acceleration. Big difference. And we are able to detect acceleration pretty easily. We're not very good at detecting velocity. All we can do with velocity is measure that relative motion with respect to something else.
Oh, yeah.
Well then, doofus Danny, the dipshit astronomer, since the Earth in your ball-tard spinning space monkey religion is rotating, hence has an angular velocity, ergo the Earth is constantly accelerating, and
we are able to detect acceleration pretty easily.
Can you please explain to us why we can't detect it easily? Por favor?
You are so dumb. Damn.
That was it.
Classic.
Hello, the couple of you that have just joined us in Discord.
Hola, ¿cómo está ustedes?
¿Cómo está? Hola.
Do they realize what they're saying? I wonder sometimes.
Did that anti-troll trolling yesterday, did someone kick him out, or did he leave on his own?
He left on his own.
The funny guy. Talking about the funny guy? The Stein guy?
High-level trolling.
He was funny, though.
Yeah, you got to know the argument really well to be able to pull that off, you know. That's why I was like, that takes some skill. What I meant by that was to be able to parody the other side with their own arguments. You've got to know their own arguments really, really well to make them comical.
Yeah, the first thing he said, I can't remember what it was, but it was hilarious from the idea that, you know, it would be a globe proof, you know, and I can't remember what it is now.
Yeah, he said traveling from New York. I can't remember where the destination was, but somewhere traveling west. He said obviously it takes longer. Obviously. You're like, hold on, wouldn't it be less time going in that direction if Earth was turning underneath? That was how he opened.
Yeah, it was opposite. But Neil, we should have caught on.
God, Neil, you're so close to your mic that it's just blasting my eardrums out.
Yeah, that was clever. It's almost
should have picked up on it when he was saying you guys from Canada.
Well, that's why I kept on saying this dude's funny.
Yeah, it was. It was funny.
There towards the end, he started dancing a line though, where he was calling people stupid, getting a little bit personal. But for the most part, he was hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, incorporating in the worst parts of their traits in ad homs and rumpusing, I didn't find that very funny. Because it isn't funny. But other than that, great job, whoever he was.
What are you guys from Canada?
You know
They
what?
live on some compound or some shit.
Say again, Shadow, is it?
Shadow Nye is my name.
Yeah, come again, Shadow Nye.
Yeah, Shadow Nye. What's up?
What did you say? I didn't quite catch it.
Oh, the question I asked was, does Earth take the shape of its container?
Does Earth take the shape of its container?
Yeah, that's the question that I'm trying to answer.
That you're trying to answer? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it does or not.
I think you're mistaking Earth with
They
gases.
call it the bottomless pit, so no one's reached the bottom of the Earth.
Yes, that's true. Is that the same guy, just with a voice changer this time?
Could be.
Is it possible that the heliocentric claims have just become so silly and outlandish that we're assuming they're trolls when they're not?
That's a possibility also. I did contemplate that for a fraction of a second while it was going on.
Well, I've thought
I
about
don't
it
believe
too.
in the heliocentric model.
Oh, yeah. And you think we need to establish the answer to the question of whether Earth needs a container?
No, I know that Earth has to have a container. I'm just thinking, if it does take the shape of its container, how much longer until it's all flat?
Yeah, Earth taking the shape of its container is nonsense. Gases take the shape of their container.
Yeah, but can we prove that when the Earth was put here that it was all flat?
When Earth was put here?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that.
Like when whoever filled up the container with Earth, like, I don't know, do you think it's the same today as it was when it was filled up?
You're working under the presupposition that we've been filled up with Earth, first of all.
Oh, y'all don't believe stuff like that?
Oh, it just makes no sense.
Oh, you don't think someone put you here?
I don't know about the context of containment for Earth. You keep saying Earth has a container, whereas gases require containment.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if there wasn't a container, wouldn't the Earth just go off into space?
No, because it's not a gas.
So only gases would float off into space?
Yeah.
So what's keeping the gas here?
A container of some description.
So wouldn't the Earth also be inside the container?
I suppose you could have an argument for that, but it's not really an antecedent-consequent relationship. So the point of the discussion in regards to gas pressure and its requirement for a container is that there's a positive assertion that the sky is a vacuum. So therefore, if the sky was a vacuum, the gas, not the Earth, we breathe, as opposed to stand on, would fill the space. So it's in opposition to the positive assertion that there's a sky vacuum.
Yeah, but using the same logic, like when you fill a pot with Earth, the Earth takes the shape of the pot. So maybe it's a slow process, but I think eventually the Earth will take the shape of the container.
Okay, if you say so.
But in the gas pressure example, the Earth. In the gas pressure example, the Earth is part of the container instead of being in the container.
So Earth is the bottom of the container.
If you like.
I mean, if you're going to describe what's going on with the gas, pushing out in all directions, the down bit would be the ground.
So there we go.
So the question is, does the container take the shape of its container?
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Sorry.
No, the earth, it contains the water, that's for sure. But I'm saying, what contains the earth?
That might not
It
be
would have
true
to be
either.
the same that contains the air, right?
Well, that might not be true either. You say it contains the
So
earth, but
you're saying that the dome could be different than the container of the earth. Is that what you're saying?
no. What I'm saying is, when you said that the oceans must be contained, surely you can conceive that, or concede that, if you took a pipette and put onto a plate a limited amount of water, you could get it to pool on a flat surface, right? Well, for all I know, there could be 10 billion miles of ocean that's just like that at a much, much, much larger scale. I don't know. I have no idea what the limitations are of the world that we experience.
This is an infinite regress fallacy, it feels like. You know,
Correct.
It's the shape of your containers.
Right.
Well, maybe some things we're just never going to know. How about that?
Well, you don't know till you look, and if you haven't looked, you don't know, so why bother speculating? There's a possibility that people might find out, right? And there are people motivated in that direction. So maybe we will find out.
I don't know.
know.
I take it to Job when God is answering and asking the question, "Where were you when I did this, and where were you when I did that? Can you tell this, or can you tell that?" I don't know the exact phraseology, but he was basically saying, "You know nothing."
Well, if you go off the scriptures, it can only be one shape.
Shape? What
The
shape
container of the earth can only be one shape if you go by the scriptures.
I heard you. So when you say shape, you're saying that the scriptures allude to a shape?
Yeah, they tell you the shape of the container, yes.
Okay.
Very blatantly.
Citation, please.
10th man?
I mean, you
Good
can
morning.
correct me. I don't know geometry that well, but if you do, I don't know if you know geometry well, but are there any shapes that come to four corners besides the triangular pyramid?
Hold on. 10th man, he's saying that the scriptures give a shape of the earth.
I said they give a shape of the
Scriptures-
container.
So
Why is it
I
not-
know many scriptures that talk about it. Which one is he referring to?
Well, it says that the earth has four corners. So if the earth is contained just like the air, the only three-dimensional shape that I can think of that comes to four corners would be a triangular pyramid turned upside down filled with earth.
Why do you
But I don't
say
know if
that's
you know
the
of any
only?
other geometric shapes that have four corners with depth.
Why would you say that's the only thing that can have four corners?
It's the only thing I could find in my research.
Okay,
And
well,
when I
think
ask
outside the
anybody,
box.
they don't know of another shape that has four corners. That's
Well, how about
three-dimensional.
just I'll wait till you're done.
I'm done. What'd you say, buddy?
Okay. No, I'm just saying if you take a box and you cut out and just leave the bottom section of a box, it's flat and it has four corners.
Well, hold on.
That's-
Before we move
that's
on
true
with
too,
this,
but
hold on.
the top level would come to four corners too.
Hang on.
Where does it say the earth has shape in the Bible? That has the
But
shape.
it says that it
of
has four corners.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to. Okay. Yes, and it also says it's a circle of the earth. So, is the circle inlaid in a square that has four corners? Could that be?
A square is not three-dimensional, so if you can dig a hole, it can't be a square. Same logic that the earth can't be
Well,
flat.
first,
if you can dig a hole.
hang on. I haven't had God's view of it. I can only read what the scriptures say. He sits upon the circle of the earth. Okay, so then it says it's his footstool. So now it's a footstool. Okay, so what kind of footstools have you seen? Are they all square? Could they be round? I mean, come on.
Well, footstool just means that God would walk barefoot on the earth.
A footstool. I walk on a footstool, huh?
Well, I'm just giving you my interpretation.
Okay,
So if it
well,
says that it's his
that's
footstool,
fine.
would you create a paradise and not inhabit it yourself? That would be kind of hypocritical.
You're asking me questions that already happened. He came in the form of Jesus Christ and did inhabit it himself. So that's ridiculous. You're going all over the place. We don't know exactly.
Well, the KJV says that if you deny he's in the flesh as we speak, you're the Antichrist.
Oh my gosh. I'm in the middle of explaining something and you keep cutting me off. Now I'm the Antichrist.
He didn't deny him. He said he came in the form of Jesus Christ. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm saying if you deny that he's in the flesh as we speak, the book says you're the Antichrist.
Who's denying that he has a body of flesh and bone right now?
I'm not talking
It's
about
forever
has, I'm
gonna
talking
be a
about
man.
right now.
Yeah, he's forever going to be a man. We know that.
No, he has a
Okay,
glorified body, flesh and bone, no blood needed, and that's the same kind we're going to have. That's what the scriptures say. What's your
Well, I
problem?
heard what the other one said, so.
No one said anything. You're the one who's jumping to all these thoughts. Well, I can't even finish a thought.
Why are we arguing with his interpretation?
That's what I'm trying to get to here.
Exactly.
You're not open to another viewpoint of it, and then you cut me off in the middle of something. So it's not even worth talking to you.
Well, you're just concerned trolling. You can get on with your point.
Say that again?
I said, do you want to get on with your point?
No, what'd you say before that? What did you say prior to saying that?
I said, does the earth take the shape of its container?
No, you said something else. I missed it. I'd just like to know.
Something about neutral. I don't know.
Yeah, neutral was in there.
Number one, I don't talk to people unless it's back and forth and it's enjoyable. You're not enjoyable to talk to, so what's the point?
Well, I could say the same thing, but I still took the time out of my day to come here to ask you these questions.
Well, and you were given answers and you're not happy with them. You were allowed to give your opinion and be happy with that. And let's move on then.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
I asked you to and you wouldn't.
Well, I just said if there's any geometry experts, are there any shapes that are three-dimensional with four corners besides a triangular pyramid?
And I told you, the bottom of a box has four corners.
Yeah, but that's not...
No, that's my opinion. That's my opinion.
A cube has four corners. I mean, has 8, not 4.
A triangle has 5. What is it? A pyramid has 5. Oh.
Yeah, but a triangular pyramid has 4.
Yeah, and then we're still arguing about the shape of the container. Where does it say that in the Bible specifically? Not just 4 corners. That doesn't tell you anything. Where does it say that?
But there has to be a container, dude.
Where does it say that these 4 corners that they address?
Science says that there has to be a container.
Corners of a shape that is the earth. Where does it say that?
The earth takes the shape of its container, so the container would have to have 4 corners.
Good rebuttal.
I already addressed that. It's an infinite regress fallacy when you say the earth, the container takes the shape of its container.
But I've already demonstrated it to you that it's true.
No,
Really?
you didn't.
Really?
No,
So
you
how is the truth a fallacy? Can you explain that?
You didn't demonstrate the truth.
Yes, I did. Do you want me to re-demonstrate it for you?
Do you want me to explain where it's fallacious again?
I mean, is it recorded or not? Because I can re-demonstrate it, or you can listen to the recording.
Why don't you go ahead and re-demonstrate it, and then I'll point out where it's fallacious. Go ahead.
Okay, so I said when you take earth and you put it into a pot, doesn't the earth take the shape of the container?
And then I pointed out that in the example with gas pressure, earth is part of the container. So you are going into an infinite regress fallacy.
How can you say that earth is part of the container? Is the container made out of the same material that's inside of it?
Pressing upon the earth. The gas is pressing
You're saying that the
earth.
earth is containing itself, but when you put earth in a pot, that's not true.
No, I'm not.
The pot is
What you're
containing the
saying.
earth.
You're saying I'm saying that. I didn't say that.
Okay, that's fine if you didn't say that. But if you go out and you put earth into a pot, it either takes the shape of its container or it doesn't. So which one is it?
It's an infinite regress fallacy if you try to assert that the shape of the container's container. I'm sorry, you can't go past that.
So what's a fallacy?
Faulty logic, a void argument. You have a void argument.
You're a fallacy.
How is witnessing a demonstration through your own observation of Earth taking the shape of its container faulty logic? Can you explain that?
Because the ground, the earth.
Do I not have two eyes? Does Earth not take the shape of its container? Am I completely retarded, or are you?
Well, you won't let me speak. When I keep addressing this, you ignore it and then just repeat it yourself like you're going in some kind of weird infinite regress loop.
I just want to make sure that you're in reality, sir. Are you in reality or are you delusional?
In the example I'm going to give you, Earth is being pressed upon by the gas. It is part of the container. So when you say the Earth's container, you are going into an infinite regress fallacy. The container's container is what you're saying.
That doesn't make any sense.
Of course it doesn't to you. You've got some kind of weird presupposition
that the Earth is the container, and it's not. That doesn't make any sense. I didn't go to Lowe's and buy Earth and put Earth in it. That doesn't make any sense, bro.
We're in a pot.
Look, somebody clean this mess up. You guys have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you for realizing this isn't your crowd to talk to.
He's got some kind of weird belief that we're in a pot flying up in a space vacuum is what he believes.
Well, the number one problem with him was his attitude. He came here with a different type of attitude to where you can't even have a conversation with. So that's why I don't talk to people like this, because unless they have ears to hear, look, I don't mind if I'm wrong, but I want to talk to somebody who's able to discuss things, not come here the way this guy did. And then he wouldn't even listen to anything we were saying.
Well, the thing is like he took the Four Corners quote from the Bible and ascribed that to shape, and it did not say shape in that quote.
Many people. I mean, if you just do a cursory reading of the Bible, you see the earth has foundations, it's immovable, it's got pillars. The Hebrew cosmology always looked at it as flat. And the question that we put out there in the housekeeping is about gas pressure. I've been talking about that.
Well, the container for Earth, right, and Earth taking the shape of its container, that's not the same thing when you're talking about gas, you know?
Well, let's just go right to it. Oh my gosh, it's like...
Is that guy still here?
No, he left.
No, I scared him off.
Thank goodness.
He reminds me of Job 38:2. Who is this that darkens counsel by words without knowledge? That's him.
So is he for real? Because he was claiming to be a globe believer, but then still simultaneously claiming he needed containment, admittedly for Earth.
He was saying we were an upside-down pyramid. Is what he was trying to get to.
Upside-down pyramid?
That's what I got out of it. It was hard to talk to him. He kept interrupting, and he couldn't have a decent back and forth.
Sounds familiar. Adam.
All right, let me just read something here. In the beginning, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light, it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be this is the second day now, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. Well, that's how it says it in Genesis. And what was he trying to say?
You tell me.
That's That's what we're trying to figure out. I mean, he's thinking if I take an old teapot, grab a handful of dirt, and throw it in the old teapot, the earth becomes the teapot. It takes the shape of the container. That's what he's trying to say. In this,
man. Container has got to have a containment. So what's the container, man?
Listen, have you entered into the springs of the sea, or have you walked in the search of the depth? Have the gates of death been opened unto you? Basically, God is saying, you don't know. Only I know.
Well, that's good to know.
Well, one of the big things we run into in this subject is someone will read off a citation or a quote, and then they'll give you their interpretation of that quote or citation. It's a bit annoying at times.
God also says, have you perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare it if you know it all. Okay? It's basically saying that he knows everything. We know nothing as men. Some things we're just not going to know. Got to face it.
Am I the only one thinking and feeling that sounds quite oppressive?
Well, he's basically saying he created the earth, and we could look into it, but to declare, you're being foolish.
But wouldn't you say it's in the best interest of somebody that's trying to keep you under control to make sure you know your place?
Well, that could be said true of communist dictators, yes. But when God is talking to Job, and you know the context of Job and what position he's at, and you just need to go to the end of this and listen to how Job responds to it.
All right, Nathan, I'm going to ask you a question. Where is the way where light dwells? And as for darkness, where is the place thereof?
That's just a question of time. Darkness will come eventually. But in speaking to 10th, you said you can parallel it with, and then you said communists, right?
We know the nature of God. We know the nature of communists. They're not the same.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that you can...
Well, I know, but when God is making a distinction of who he is and the creation he's talking to, who we are, he's all-knowing, always present, omnipotent in power. And in the story of Job, this is what's coming across. And so Job is being targeted by his friends. You know, you're going through all these trials because you're a sinner. You must have done something wrong to go through this. And God even allowed Satan to test Job. You just got to read the whole book of Job to understand what's going on there. And then when God comes in with this beautiful couple of chapters towards the end, where it shows how big God is, how much God knows compared to his creation, it doesn't fall into the category of keeping control and oppressive.
No, the story of God in the story isn't, but the story itself is.
No, the story is showing that Job, when Satan said, yeah, the only reason this guy doesn't curse you is because you protect him. And God says, no, he loves me. He's not going to curse me. Just don't take his life and have at it. And he came at Job from every angle, and he passed the test. But at this point, God is showing how great of a God that Job is serving. And Job is humbled by it and happy about it. I mean, I want to be serving I can't know more than my creator.
Listen, when Christ reigns, it will be a dictatorship, but he's all holy. It's not fallible men that are running it. It's going to be God himself.
Okay, clearly I'm the only one who was thinking that then.
I know where you're going with that, and I have a similar thought myself. When man gets hold of power, and when man gets hold of this,
exactly,
then man does what you say. Yeah, I agree with that.
So
that don't happen with God, though.
So heliocentrism would be a good way to control people?
Yeah, you know that.
Somebody said that in chat the other day. He said, could it be that maybe that's why they came out with the heliocentric system? With all these crazy ideas people have been coming with?
That was my idea originally, was that it's a real masochistic, misanthropic way of looking at heliocentrism. But what if it was actually sent here by God to keep us from, doing something stupid?
When you take the story of
Exactly.
Genesis and creation and you bring in heliocentrism, you're basically saying you don't need to trust that story in the Bible. That's not the way it happened.
But isn't the great delusion sent by God of those non-believers?
God sends a delusion on those who are unrepented and will not change. He doesn't send a delusion on people who are looking for answers.
Correct.
Yeah, but hold on.
So wouldn't that just suggest that the majority of the Western world aren't saved / aren't looking for answers?
Have you been outside lately?
Yeah, well, you're aligning with John then.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm aligning with John in the sense that we are lost and God is trying to save us. And then when we fight God enough times to where we don't even care to hear from him, don't even care for a second to a 100th chance, then God sends, okay, fine, then I'll settle you just like I did Pharaoh.
You're confusing self-deprecation in that regard with what John's describing as the Western worldview of heliocentrism, potentially passed down by God, and I'm expanding that out to not you specifically being lost, but the Western world.
I take... Again, let me hear John's thing again, but God passing down heliocentrism doesn't make any sense.
That's right, it doesn't.
Other than that's how it's been
sending down the delusion.
He will not go against his word.
Let him answer.
Correct.
Or at least let me interrupt. I mean, yeah, it certainly seems to be the case as it's been disseminated in that fashion. Now, you can criticise the Jesuits and the Catholic Church all you like. It doesn't alter the fact that that's how it's been disseminated. Like it or lump it. So go ahead, John. I want to hear more.
Well, I just, the grand delusion is from God sent down to, maybe the Catholic Church, who just happened to take over the freaking world.
Wait a second, John. You're going into Revelation now. That's in Revelation.
The grand delusion, as you speak of it, is quantitative. It's not for the people who are looking for truth. It's not going to affect the people who are seeking God. It's only going to affect those who are part of Satan.
Okay, and it's not really affecting me.
Lest they should repent, lest they should come and taste of the fruit of salvation, it also says in parts of scriptures, meaning they reject God wholeheartedly. And here's God's talking about the saving power of his grace. And lest these people even come close to it because they've chosen to be on the other side of the argument with God, then he sends a delusion, meaning he verifies that what they want, not because he's doing it. Okay, these people over here, those people over there. It says, seek, ask, and knock, and you're going to find your answer. Well, is he sending a grand delusion to those people? No.
Hold on. See, now, if you never thought to question the shape of the earth, you can be considered delusional. So I wouldn't say 95% of the world is delusional. But those that are the head of this ideology, that's the only way you can describe them.
We're jumping from we got to stay in context because now you're going back to the shape of the earth here. So the shape of the earth.
No, I'm not.
No, he's talking about the people.
Yeah. God is going to be consistent with his word. And if in his word it's heliocentric, then he'll be consistent with it. If it's geocentric, he'll be consistent with that. He will not lie. He will not contradict himself.
But how do you know that the heliocentrism isn't part of the Great Delusion?
I'm not saying it isn't. I am saying that it is a delusion to take people away from the creation account of the Bible so that they can forget God, forget the Holy Scriptures, forget referencing it. This allows government to say you're not from God. Evolution comes into play. You're part of chance, which is nothing. It's not a causal power. It's just a word.
So the Great Delusion is from God, right?
No, specify. When God says you're being deceived by the devil, it's because I chose that route. When God at other times sees that I like it and I don't want to change, he permanently puts me there. It says the delusion.
In terms of, in terms of the great delusion, right?
Specify what you mean, the great delusion. They happen all the time. It happened with Pharaoh when he was resisting God. Now, which one are you talking about?
The one sent by God.
When? Where? Give me a scripture so I can put it in context.
And yea, he sendeth thy greatest delusioneth.
He's talking about 2 Thessalonians 10, where God gives them up to a strong delusion.
Right. Who does he give up, though? There's context to it when God says, okay, I'm done with you too. That's the worst case you ever want to be in, when God's done with you.
Let me read something. Okay, 2 Thessalonians speaks of a strong delusion God will send in the end times. The coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan with all power and false signs and wonders, and with all wicked deception for those who are perishing, because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. Therefore God sends them a strong delusion, so that they may believe what is false, in order that all may be condemned who did not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness.
So God sent delusion upon
yes.
people.
So at the end times, when the satanic powers are shown and people, whether it's through an alien, pseudo-alien invasion or something, there's powers, signs in the sky, all kinds of stuff. God says, yeah, you want to believe it? Here it is. He allows Satan, which he controls, to go this far, and people start believing that delusion right there. But at the same time, in Revelation, you've got the two witnesses, you got the 144,000 Jews, 12,000 from each tribe, and angel in the sky 24/7 preaching the gospel, and they still won't listen.
Yeah, now remember, this takes place in Revelation chapter 13. Heliocentrism is right now.
Right, but it's not complete yet either. It's not like there's still parts of the world that aren't heliocentrists.
Yeah.
Not for us to know the time.
Yes, that's correct as well.
I've got a little bit here that runs, you see on screen. Addresses a little bit of yesterday's Tartaria, because if you recognize this, it's one of the famous things. This is technology we couldn't do. And that's why I was looking into this. But what I found was quite interesting here, look, is this bit of text that's at the bottom. And you guys might be able to help me. Because I'm thinking, look, is it from Corinthians? I'm trying to find it. But if you read what it says in this statue, look, which has got a lovely globe on, with the continents on correct, according to their model, it says next to it, I will break thy chain, the chain of the darkness and the long night of which thou art a slave, so that thou might not be condemned with this world. I find that very interesting to put that, this world, being the ball with that passage.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Given that we gave criticism to the people looking for the next adrenaline fix with a paradigm change, could this not be along the same lines? You're kind of looking for something where it may not be there?
Oh, total. This is a very, very different standard again. This is looking into Masonic and Illuminati symbolism, hidden messages. You can do nothing but try and read in and just give it conjecture. There's nothing other than leaps of logic that you can apply to these things, bits of...
Well, I just want to...
I'm not aware of a scripture that reads that way.
No, well, that's why I was asking for your help, look, because it's saying it there, look. You can see it in the Latin, Terumbum et longa noctis. So it is that, but then it's got here, I can't read this bit, and it says cap 12, verse 2. But then it says Paul, he had Corinth. So I'm assuming that might be Corinthians, cap 10, verse 32.
Yeah, it could be from a pope called Paul. It could be they're saying Paul the Apostle, but I've never read anything like that to my memory in Scripture.
It could be Paul the First from Corinth, correct? But it's these verse statements, which is interesting. But what I found was just quite interesting that in such a well-stated and cited thing that I've looked at before, this is stonework. To be chiseled from one piece of stone is amazing. Really old. The ball is accurate, and to have that text next to the ball, I find interesting. Is what I would say. There's all sorts of texts you could write and put, but yeah, to put one that talks, and this is what I was saying about what you were just saying about, like, I will break thy chain, the chain of the darkness and the long night, which thou art a slave, which is, end time, so that thou might not be condemned with this world, which is interesting to then physically put that world there and be the ball earth is the only thing that I find. I can't draw an inference from it, but
I just, before we go on with this, I just want to point out one thing. My whole point about heliocentrism was rebuked because God doesn't send delusion, and then we spent 20 minutes talking about how God will send a delusion.
Who said God doesn't send delusion? I never said that. It says it clearly in Scripture.
Not that you didn't say it, it's just that you and Tenth both seem very closed off to the idea. Now, you might not necessarily
not the heliocentric.
like now, like me being halfway through a sentence and you immediately jumping straight over the top of it like you did with John. So, yeah, you just don't seem very open to the idea. Now, I'm not endorsing the idea either, but even if you don't necessarily endorse an idea or a paradigm, it's nice sometimes to just explore it anyway, just for fun.
I'll interrupt you because that was fallacious, Nathan. We never said that. You said we said that. That's why Neil interrupted you. So don't misrepresent what I said. I believe God sends delusions. I'm just asking for the proper context. So by me asking for the proper context doesn't mean what you say.
I'll interrupt and say that.
He contextualized it with the heliocentric system, and you just weren't.
And I said the timeline don't match up.
Yeah.
The timeline of when he sends the strong delusion.
Yeah. This is all examples of you not being very open to it, which is basically what I said. But you're not very open to me suggesting that you weren't very open to it because I wasn't specific about how he specified heliocentrism. But okay, fair enough.
No, it happens all the time on your show with the ballers and anti-flat earthers. They don't get to finish because they misrepresent what you say. Now, when we do it to you, what's the difference?
No, there isn't a difference. I didn't misrepresent what you said. You weren't very open to his
notions. I believe God
notions.
sends a great delusion. I'm asking for the context.
He did.
You said we disagreed with it.
He gave context. Heliocentrism.
Right, and we answered.
Am I speaking
You weren't very
French?
open to it.
I am. Am
I speaking French here?
Okay,
Yes.
that's the part then. No, hang on, Neil. That's the part. When you say I'm not very open to it, I say you're wrong. I am open to it. I'm talking about it.
Okay, fair enough. I stand corrected.
When did heliocentrism start?
Last week's Tuesday, wasn't it? Sometime.
Don't be stop. Okay, Revelation 13 hasn't not even started. So it would not be, the strong delusion would not be heliocentrism. Or I do think that it's something to do with that. Because I've always said I think that's going to be the end time religion. The one world religion is heliocentrism.
I agree.
Red herring. I'm just going to say this again. You all have said that God can and does send delusions, and he will send a delusion. Why then can heliocentrism not be a way to contain the psychopaths?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, how dare you, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel. So please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by 10th Man, Refracted Curvature, Neil, the Adam Meakin, Chocolate Saiyan, Arwin, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. So welcome one and all.
Morning.
How are you? How are you? How are you?
Oh, hey.
Yo. And everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to have you all.
Good to be here.
Well, that's good to know. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Black Swan.
What do you mean? Earth is in a container.
That's true. Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
No, I need at least 3 containers.
3 containers? Oh, to show gas pressure without a container, you'll need 3 containers. I wonder what you meant for a second there.
Yeah, at least.
What's
You need to
containing
roll
your
in a
container?
container with the gas.
Okay, just to fill the audience in the pre-show, we had a gentleman join that offered up an infinite regress fallacy in regards to the Earth and what the Earth would have to be contained by. So what's the container for the ground that would represent the bottom of the container? So in essence, an infinite regress fallacy. So I think Discord and John are just highlighting that absurdity that we dealt with early on in the pre-show. Become a member if you want to watch it immediately when it's finished recording. Anything else to add to that, or should we move on? Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
No, they don't have an R value to begin with, and I think the distance to the sun is based on R value being correct, if I'm right.
Any evidence of the R value? Earth radius.
Hold on. Back to the sun. If I stand to be corrected, they're still teaching in school that it's 93 million miles away, correct?
That's based on an R value, which was based on a presuppositional sphere Earth, which was based on an application of Kepler's third law with a presuppositional R, the same as Earth, applied to Venus to give you the scaling values, all of which violates the celestial sphere model and would require a flat Earth to measure angles to Polaris to devise those models.
So what they're teaching is not right.
It's a conceptualization that's been reified and then taught as fact in schools.
When the distance to the sun is based on Earth being a sphere with an R value, and all the other planets having R values, and then you find out none of that's true, then the distance to the sun cannot be true.
The presupposition... Go on, whoever that was, one deck it sounded like.
Yeah, I'm just saying the globe was measured flat, and the Greeks all knew that.
Indeed.
It's R dependent.
Well, no, R is flat Earth dependent, as contradictory and as nonsensical as that actually is, and that's currently what we're highlighting. That's the current vibe in flat Earth debate, right? The fact that to get to a globe model, you first need to measure elevation angles off a flat plane to Polaris to do so to give you dual radii. Further to that, the assertion that you got the radius from an elevation angle measurement to a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon to get dip, as in the case of Al-Biruni, again, you don't have a geometric physical sphere-edge for a horizon to measure to get R either. You need a flat plane.
Yeah, but that's not the point.
Yeah, it is. It's the end of the argument.
Distance of the sun is R dependent, right? That's the foundation for it.
Yeah, but the
It's gotta
secondary.
be there.
That's a delta. It's like gas pressure gradients or something. No. You say it's R dependent. No, R is flat Earth dependent.
Yeah, but that's not the argument, though.
It is, because if your R values come from a derivative flat plane measurement, then your claim to be distance based on a sphere is violated by its own measurements. So it ends there.
Well, if you're going to derive R off the flat plane, yes. But there's other ways to attain R that, well, they do not include actual measuring. But, yeah, you know, otherwise you got the flat plane problem, so...
The flat plane problem.
Well,
That's one way of putting it.
How do you figure out without doing any figures?
You don't. You'd need figures for that, and they'll be coming from a flat plane. Any more on this?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like asking, how do you figure out how far an apparent location is when it's only apparent? How do you measure to that distance? That's just as nonsensical.
All of this distance as well, Chocolate, is in a second law of thermodynamics violation. Whatever distance it is.
Yeah, distance to what? A burning ball of gas in a sky vacuum.
I think John could put an end to this. John, what did you find out about your kitchen? How'd you make it a globe?
I just assumed the outside arc of the protractor was the shape of the ground. That's pretty much all you got to do.
So you measured lights on the top of your ceiling, parallel to the ground, and then assumed that the angle measurements that you took to those lights receding towards, let's call it the wall, but metaphorically the horizon, were actually the curved edge of the tool you used to measure those angles, straight lines to them off a flat plane. The curve of the protractor becomes the ground. Yeah, that's how we were deceived into being on a ball Earth.
And it'll work in your kitchen.
You can work with anything. So long as you've got those flat Earth elevation angles to acquire, you can turn it into any model you like. Earth is obviously, observably, measurably, and navigatably flat.
You could turn it into an upside-down triangle if you wanted to.
Any evidence?
They teach the children in school that Eratosthenes used angles to measure the globe, and they also teach the children in school that angles are two straight lines. You just need to put these two facts together and work it out.
Any more for any more? Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
High up wind streams.
There's no proof of Earth-based Coriolis going on at all.
Shout out to Godzilla37. He says, is a container holding a container holding this cache pressure? Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Well, they can't have that, and at the same time say all their angle measurements come from there. People wouldn't survive the heat.
Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Do they know what it is yet?
I think it's ether.
Yeah, but that could be anything, or more literally everything. So that's not specific enough.
Oh, but it's simultaneously non-physical nothing.
It's still not specific enough.
Okay, well, for
So
gravity...
they didn't use any scientific evidence then for gravity. They just presumed and guessed. Is that what we're saying?
That's correct. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There isn't even a phenomena to observe.
Well, even Newton himself said, I don't even feign hypothesis for this, which later he called an absurdity for people to believe. So if the guy himself, I mean, that's the guy, right? Newton, that's the guy. And he himself said, I'm not even feigning hypothesis for this crap.
But that's the guy when he was alive. After he died, he said all kinds of things, Chocolate.
Yeah, it's probably why.
That's when you say the most.
That's probably why. I feign no hypothesis for this total nonsense. You'd have to be out of your head to believe this. Says the powers that should not be. I think we'll call it Newtonian. Likewise.
Slap his name all over it.
Yeah, that's it. Slap his name all over it. Tycho Brahe, similar story, right? Well, the lights would have to be absolutely enormous at those distances. I think this is going to be the Brahe sizes of the stars. Based on his objection, they're enormous.
Yeah, they just let them do their thing and just wait until they die, and then oh look, I bet you're not going to agree on that standpoint anymore after you're dead, right?
Well, they just take objections and turn them into part of the rhetoric. So where, like I say, Brahe saying the lights in the sky would have to be of an absolutely enormous scale for us to still have them visible with the inverse square law. So then the next thing you know, you've got Betelgeuse, the star, being absolutely colossal by comparison to our star, the sun, by comparison to Earth, a planet in the heliocentric system. You know, they just scaled everything up based on basically Brahe's objection to the fact that there'd have to be enormous lights in the sky at the distances that the heliocentric model placed them. Well, same with Newton. If you're going to have this stuff literally ascribed to you for objecting, for the longest time I was like, that's what we're really here for. We're just here to expose the cracks so that they can be filled in. And there's a fair chance that the crack you expose and the overcome or the rebuttal that you offer gets turned from a rebuttal into part of the rhetoric. And you're like, hang on, isn't that a rebuttal for the rhetoric? I.e., well, the stars would have to be enormous. Just turn that into the stars will have to be enormous. You know, it just becomes the rhetoric then.
Do you think that the Newtonian or Newton would have ever formulated gravitation if the second law of thermodynamics had been discovered prior to him writing the Principia?
It's a reasonable question. I mean, nature abhors a vacuum was a fairly reasonably and well-established principle even then. So, in that regard, I don't think it would have made any difference. After all a law is a description of something that occurs always. So having a commonplace description for something that occurs always, we would like to assume that he was of sound enough mind to recognise things that happen always. We just don't know.
Well, the only reason I ask that is because it looks like he studied a proportionality and then he tried to ascribe a cause to that proportionality without doing any kind of scientific testing at all.
Indeed.
My question is, would they have the same opinions if they were alive today?
No. But their motivation would be very much different, and presumably if they were alive today, that hole in the heliocentric rhetoric would have been filled by just another namesake, another token person. It'd be Fred's gravity, in other words, rather than Newton's.
I don't think they would describe to the same thing. I think they would totally have a different outlook on things.
Why? These things are only an overcome for a problem that is imposed upon a model that we don't actually dwell atop. So, in the case of gravity, well, if you're on a spinning water ball flying through a sky vacuum, how do you keep everything attached to it? Well, you need a magical force, don't you? So it's kind of been born out of necessity, and I don't think that necessity would change regardless of any of the characters involved in the storytelling of the heliocentric model. Ergo, if the actual story itself tells you that the person ascribed to this namesake of Newtonian gravity didn't even want his name attached to it, it kind of implies that it doesn't really matter whose name's attached to it. It's just overcoming a problem in the model.
I've got the quote on screen, Nathan. This is the copy, the original letter from Sir Isaac Newton to Richard Bentley, January 1692. The last paragraph, it said. Yeah, here. You sometimes speak of gravity as essential and inherent to matter. Pray do not ascribe that notion to me. For ye cause of gravity is what I do not pretend to know, and therefore take more time to consider of it. I fear what I have said of infinites will seem obscure to you, but it is enough if you understand that infinites, when considered absolutely without any restriction or limitation, are neither equal nor unequal, nor have any certain proportion to one another, and therefore ye principle that all infinites are equal is a precarious one. Your most humble servant.
You see, I think he would have a different outlook, specifically him.
Hold your mic at arm's length, Neil. Yes, thank you, Adam. Excellent, indeed. So, would you not agree, based on that, that it really doesn't matter who it's ascribed to?
Well, I wouldn't say that who it's ascribed to would matter. I was just wondering if people understood how the proportionality is applied within the systems. Would it ever been, would they have just, the idea of weight been moved into the second law of thermodynamics and it just been something else?
Just on a personal level, though, if you've actually asked for something not to be ascribed to you and then it does get ascribed to you, it might bother you as the individual. Like, imagine in 300 years, Nathan, they say, yeah, and the ball Earth was ascribed to Nathan Oakley.
Like I say, I've expressed that many a time in terms of, I used to call it filling in the heliocentric cracks of bullshit. We're doing that for them. You've got to expose the cracks first, right? Well, we're just dusting the weeds off the top of the old model, which everyone kind of understood and accepted anyway. So what difference does it make if there's a few people out there opposing it? So that's what happens. We expose the cracks, they fill them in. And in some instances, that filler has come from us, and maybe our name will be ascribed to it, as it was with Newton. Just a quick couple of shout-outs. So this comment is for Ruhif. If the money is for Nathan, hard lines, Ruhif. I don't follow your chat, but thank you very much indeed for the super chat anyway, Michael Kahn. Really appreciate the support. Also, Tony Wickham, who says, FTFE said he could measure the Earth with the used fuel used in an aeroplane. So if we drive around the block, is the ground claimed to be round? Ha 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 ha, clown. I think I followed that. Indeed. So saying you can minus off. Didn't they claim that about one of the journeys to the moon? Well, we know exactly how much fuel it took, so obviously it couldn't not have happened. I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, they calculated the amount.
That's Smoking deGrasse Tyson. Yep, indeed. We know we went to the moon because we were able to calculate how much fuel it would take to go to the moon.
He told that to Joe Rogan.
If you can believe that crap.
Did he say that to Joe Rogan?
Hold on a second, guys, but that's exactly how much fuel they used.
He's also got the receipt from the Texaco garage when they filled it up.
Well, that's what you joke, but the receipt for the Texaco fuel is akin to having the pantomime that they show on the ground, right? That's their receipt. It shows that they've filled up the machine and sent it off, and off it goes. They do it all the time. That pantomime is their... It's your ticket stub after the fact. We know it went to space. I saw it. Did you? What did you see? I saw something on the ground launch into the sky. Well, so that means that the sky is a vacuum 10 to the minus 17 tour that rocket you saw on the ground can travel through. Yeah? No, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If the sky was a vacuum, all this air we're breathing would vacate into that space. It's called entropy. Gas fills space. It fills whatever volume it's got. And if the rocket can leave into a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum, so can all the gas. What's that you say? It doesn't because of gravity, which is not a force? No, you've been misled. The sky is not a vacuum, and therefore any claimed journey through that vacuum is automatically fake. Shout out to Godzilla37. The obvious, in quotes, globe is so hard to prove. Probably easier to prove Canadian money is not real currency. Is Canadian money real currency? I don't know if that's on the...
Canadian dollar.
It's on the exchange rate and everything. No, amazing. Canadians have come a long way.
Everything that goes through the World Bank, I believe, is fiat. So...
Oh, it's obviously fiat. I mean, I didn't doubt that for 1 second.
Yeah, so all currency would be fake. So they just proved the globe.
What? Did I miss something?
Yeah, he said it would be easier to prove the globe than to prove Canadian money isn't real currency.
Oh, because it's fiat currency, it's not really real. It's kind of taken on trust. So, by that standard and your logic, Godzilla, then the obvious globe has been proven by your statement alone. So, kudos to you, I suppose.
His wings.
Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
Well, that would be step 2. Can they get past step 1?
Hey, Chocolate's here today. What did Michio Kaku say about those fields? Or his field especially?
That nobody in my field uses the scientific method. It's leaps of logic. It's seat of the pants. It's guesswork.
Meanwhile, science establishes the cause of a naturally occurring phenomena by way of systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis formed with the original observation of a phenomena and a presumed cause of that effect formulated with a null. That's real science. It's not guesswork. Well, beyond your supposition of cause yet to be validated in a hypothesis, but that wouldn't be the complete method. No guesswork. Validation through systematic experimentation. Did we cover everything? Is that it? I think it was. Good housekeeping session. Very concise today. Couldn't be more pleased.
Now let's get back to the container, and how it has shape.
I still wanted a little remark about the housekeeping questions, because there's still people like wandering into my chat sometimes, and it's like they never heard of the housekeeping questions. And I really wonder, like, do they just forget them? Like, really honestly forget about them because they're so difficult to deal with, or rather impossible? Or, like, how do they keep avoiding that being out there every day for years, and they still just think they're on a winning side, some of them? Not the anti-flat earthers, but just general people.
Well, not everyone watches the show. I'm not very big, Arwin, so not everybody's seen the show. So the fact that people turn up to your chat and go, well, boats go over a horizon, and you have to respond, no, the geometric physical sphere edge limitation you used to claim with geometric maths in Muppet Vision was debunked in 2020 with the Black Swan. You haven't got an edge for boats to go over anymore. Well, that isn't required when people come here and tell us boats go over the horizon on this show, Arwin? Because that's what happens.
But they should know about you by now. Like, they go around.
Damn straight they should.
They're finding my channel, my chat, right?
It's an outrage.
How can they not know?
Yeah, how can you be finding Arwin and not me? What an outrage.
Well, to be fair, a lot of people that find me tell me they find me through my activities here on your channel. So
Fair enough.
Well, also, hold on a second. Arwen, you also say that there's ballers that enjoy watching your show. So is it possible that the ballers are sending them to your show instead of them diverting through Flat Earth debate?
There you go.
Some of them, yes, that might be true. So are these anti-flat earthers gatekeeping the ballers not to engage with the housekeeping questions? Is that what's going on behind the scenes, I wonder then?
No, I think you're reading too much into it because you're involved with this show. So there's a general perception. My kid, for instance, when I take her to a class, will start talking about something she's watched on YouTube. So she's into lanky bots. I don't really know what that is, but she's into it. And she keeps talking about it with the other kids. And it's like, I don't know, you realise that they might not be watching that show, therefore probably haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Well, that's the same as here. Just because we're involved heavily with making this show daily and we're putting out the information consistently and it's getting better, well, does that mean that everybody's watching? No, far from it. We've got less than 25,000 subs. So that means there's not very many people watching in the big scheme of things.
There should be more, way more.
Indeed, share the show. Massive thanks to all of you who've tuned in live. Really appreciate you being here. Please smash the share button.
Right. A big problem in general is that the majority of people don't like the real factor, right? It's much more convenient to just go around, watch stuff, not have to think, enjoy it, then go do something else. That's what the vast majority wants. Now, we confront you here. We are about discipline. We are about pulling your attention onto some detail and then you actually having to put your mind to it. And there's a lot of people that just don't like doing that in general, and they're not going to linger around, right? They should be wanting that because it's better for them. They'll grow from confronting that. But yeah, they can just click away. That's the ease of the internet, unfortunately.
And there's something else too, because my little girls love Lanky Box, and it's the most annoying show that's ever been created. But isn't that how popularity's built, is when someone talks about a show and then you have two people talking about the same show, the third, fourth, and fifth people who hear that become interested because of that. I mean, companies use that as a form of marketing as well.
Right, now we need like a little dissolve with a harp sound effect to dissolve and give the illusion that we're now going to progress 10 years into the future and show how massively popular I am as a result of this. But what we actually show is lanky bots taking over the world because we've promoted them.
And they told two friends and so on and so on and so on. Remember that commercial from the 70s?
I wasn't alive.
Well, that's not exactly true because it takes two people initially, and then it grows. But the two people have to communicate about it with other people listening before it has that kind of rapid growth.
Right. Yeah, organic or otherwise, you want people to share it. But I say that in every intro and consistently plug the show, like now when we're getting close to 200 viewers. Where are we at? Half an hour? That's about normal. But very pleased that there is. So please share the show. Very warm welcome to all of you who are here. The chances are you've only come because someone else has shared the show with you.
Nathan, I got a couple of slides of Master B I'd like to go over with the panel.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
All right, so this is from Department of the Air Force Guided Missiles Fundamentals. Go to the citation there. It shows spherical coordinates. Spherical coordinates. The spherical system is better known as the geographic system of coordinates. As illustrated in figure 8-20, the positive location of a point is determined by its distance from the origin, the radius in parentheses. I'm sorry, in brackets. An angle in the horizontal plane known as longitude and the angle from the vertical axis called co-altitude. In the sphere, the origin lies at the intersection of the axis with the horizontal plane. I'm afraid you got to have a flat plane, a flat Earth to get all your angle measurements. Isn't this a concession?
Well, it's the only way of doing it. So, when you say concession, I completely agree. Excellent, by the way. Thank you very much. But it's more of a refracted curvature point than mine, which is to say, concession implies that there was a debating point to be had, and it was won or lost. So, that isn't true, because that is just how it's done, isn't it? It's not really in contention.
Yes, you're right. I'm talking about back and forth discussions with people who are still under the guise that the measurements, the origin is coming from a curved surface, where indeed it says here the origin is at the intersection of the axis with the horizontal plane. If the origin needs a horizontal plane, how do you do that from a curved surface and call it the origin?
You don't, that's what I mean. So because you don't and you can't, it's mathematically impossible to do so. You cannot not start with a flat plane. You have to start with a flat plane. It's the only way to do it. So as John has pointed out on multiple occasions, it isn't in contention. Now, you're saying, well, the people who come here and tell us that, no, it comes from a curve, well, they're just wrong, aren't they?
Yes, I recall the show when Zanuck said we measure it flat first and then.
Yeah. Well, we've got to measure it flat first. And to this day, we've got Protothad, to a degree, a couple of others, who still come in and offer up elevation angle measurements and ask us how they'll work on a flat plane. Like, are you demented? This elevation angle measurement that you're offering up and suggesting that we can't get past the elevation angle? It's like, no. Projection. You, on the globe side, can't get past the elevation angle because you will require one from a flat plane. Now, offering it up without suggesting where you've got it from will not wash here. I'm talking directly to you, Protothad, in my comments almost daily, offering up elevation angles that have come from a flat plane and saying they can't get past the flat plane that they need for this elevation angle I'm offering them up to ask how it works on a flat plane. It is demented.
Well, did you ever think that you'd reach a point in this debate where, and this is a flat Earth debate, where the actual flat Earth would not be the contentious point?
I never thought it would reach that, no. I've got to be honest, I was slightly aghast a couple of months ago when this actually transpired in the way that it was boiled down and condensed from the Sexton argument. And before 10th says anything, I appreciate that it was in there from the beginning, 10th. But like with most things, you know, Black Swan or Blackpool Swan, I mean, if you want to go back even further, Blackpool Swan, exactly the same principle was being applied to that. You can't get this angle that you're trying to compare to when you're using angular sizes from a curved surface. It's two straight lines. But even then, with it being pointed out with examples, it still didn't fully twig. So it just takes a bit of time. But when it finally twigged for me personally, I'm not saying it wasn't disseminated well enough to anybody else. I'm sure there were others who got it in the means or method that we're now putting it across to date, which is to say you require a flat Earth to make your globe model. Shout out to Godzilla37. Says, today, apparently, I did what no glober could do for over 5 years. I proved Canadian money is not real.
I put one more slide to give the audience how they do the trick.
Okay, it's up with your globe burger and tangent plane on top.
So as read in the citation, the origin is at the axis point, the center, with the horizontal plane. Now, they've extended that horizontal plane with a red dotted line all the way to the celestial horizon, which matches their globe Earth model equator. So you can see it extends out from the imaginary axis of a globe all the way to the celestial sphere horizon. Then on top of that curved surface of Earth, they've got an artificial horizon given to you by a bubble sextant in this case. So still needing an origin, but can't get it from a curve, Earth, so they have to use a spirit level to get that horizontal. They're admitting it everywhere in pictures, in diagrams, in little paragraphs. And our question is, how do you get it from a curved surface? Since that's when a sailor, a navigator, using a sextant is measuring the angle. Well, you can't get it from a curved baseline. And so you can see the trickery here.
Yeah, the dotted line that runs along the plane of celestial horizon is essentially the ground we're standing on. And the plane of artificial horizon is claimed to be where you could not stand to do the maths with the angle. Ergo, if this is and is used as the ground we're standing on, this flat dotted line, then this curve isn't the curve of the Earth because you're not standing at the centre of a sphere Earth. This is the curve of the protractor you will use to measure the sky. So that's what this hemisphere actually represents. It's the curve of the protractor lay on the flat plane we dwell atop. Now you can't get elevation angle measurements from a curved surface, and what they have done is drawn out a second flat plane that runs parallel with the plane of the celestial horizon, claiming that you're stood on top of the tool that you're going to be using to measure. Well, obviously not. They transpose it down to the centre so it can match with the protractor over a flat plane. Now they just colour in the protractor with blue and green colours and call it Earth. But I assure you, what is actually taking place is a flat plane with you stood at the centre of this point, and this point is your perspective view and angles that would be measured out through this hemisphere with what this actually represents, a protractor, to give you angles from this point out to a flat roof parallel. And the representation from your view is that the item on the roof further down towards the horizon is going to be represented on this point on the protractor as a measured angle, not as the ground you're standing on, but that's the magic trick, taking the ground you're standing on and turning it into a protractor and calling it a globe.
I got another slide for you to go with that description. Take over.
Did I just lose internet?
Sorry.
He put this. Yeah.
I just got the slide up. So I thought you were going to talk through it actually, Tenth, but there we go. So this represents the sky with a perspective view, and the angle measurements coming from the centre of it. That's where you're standing. That's where this angle is being utilised. Well, this, I assume it's green, bubble around that point that's being used to measure an angle in the sky represented by perspective view is a protractor. This green bit is merely a protractor. Now they'll colour, as I said earlier, colour this in with land on it and say that no, your projected position from the centre of Earth to the celestial dome of the heavens isn't actually where you're standing on the surface of the protractor. And we're going to call that a globe Earth, based on the measurements to Polaris along a flat plane, in order to project it onto this bubble of the protractor. But that's all this is. The sky, your perspective view of it, you stood on a flat plane, and a protractor over your view. No globe Earth involved.
Globe Earth, irrelevant.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say it'd be funny if they started coming back and saying as a rebuttal to this, like, we don't live on a model, Nathan.
Yeah, indeed. We don't.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
But this actually represents something that is transposable into reality in terms of how we map the stars. Now, they claim, the globe heliocentrists, that we've known the patterns of the stars for a very, very, very long time. Now, the fact that it's being utilised because of that knowledge and an understanding of where what star will be over at what given time, that's being utilised for navigation. So therefore, that particular aspect of it is neutral in both regards. So then you move on to what the application is. Well, the application is measuring an angle off a flat plane as depicted in this diagram. Here's your zenith with 90 degrees to the position that you'll be triangulating with. That's how it works. It's off a flat plane. It can't work any other way. This is your world, represented as a model to depict the celestial navigation that we're detailing to prove a flat Earth. We don't live on a model. It's merely being used as a tool to describe the world we live on.
Right, and the arc at the top of the celestial dome, or however it's being described, celestial sphere, celestial dome, that's the arc of the measuring instrument. It's not necessarily what the shape of the sky either.
Well, no, I covered that, so you can't see what I'm doing on Skype, but on one of the previous slides, the one with the globe burger, without a globe coloured in, I like these diagrams, by the way, Tenth, they're very useful, because if it's got a globe coloured in this section, and I described the hemisphere of this section being the protractor, well, what John's saying is, when you stand in the middle with a tiny protractor by scale, and draw out a line, now your protractor, sextant, it doesn't matter what angle measuring tool you use, but just for the sake of simplicity, we're going to call it protractor. When you measure out a line to a point in the sky, that doesn't mean that it sits on a curve. It just means that from your position, something that's further away over here, over this piece of land, on the flat plane, I might add, yeah? That represents itself to you in a curved way, merely because of perspective. So something further away from you is going to drop towards the horizon. Now that is working on and is utilised with the presupposition or assumption that the sky is flat, that the stars run parallel with the ground when they're over a piece of land. So when you measure an angle to it, the altitude angle is what you measure, not the altitude. The altitude, the height of the star in the sky, is irrelevant. And it's one of the most beautiful aspects of the navigation, in my humble opinion. That is to say that the angle doesn't alter. You can go up in the sky, establish a flat baseline, and measure the same exact angle. You just bring it down parallel with the ground. The GP runs parallel from the star. So there's no alterations once you've got a flat plane. That's the only thing you need. So the heavens, in terms of how they operate, don't make any sense. They shouldn't do that if they're physical items. They should move as you move. But like the sun, and everybody who's consciously aware of what it does when you move towards it, it moves. It doesn't stay where it is. It doesn't change with perspective as you move towards it. And the stars are absolutely the same. There's no difference. But that offers a very useful property when you're at altitude, so long as you can establish a horizontal baseline. Now, it does offer up more in terms of my misunderstandings from days gone by, let's say, my misapprehensions or my misunderstandings about what I thought the stars were. But that, like all things of similar nature, makes me feel fantastic. It's like wonderful. So I don't know. But I don't need to know to make this a flat Earth proof. I don't need to know the elevation of the stars because you're not measuring that. You're merely measuring the angle to them. But to do so, they are, ipso facto, running parallel with the ground on a flat sky. But that, from your point of view, just to get back to John's point, doesn't mean that when you represent it in this manner and put the stars dotted along this hemisphere, that is actually how the stars are. In a sphere around you? No, they're not. They're parallel to the ground. That's how navigation is actually functional.
Nathan, I might add that they don't, in their way, ever say it's the actual distance to the luminary either. It is always the angular relationship above the horizontal.
Exactly. You're not calculating from the sun in this diagram down to the right angle along the plane that you measure. You just measure the angle. That's what you measure. Now you minus it from 90 to get the distance. That's it. It's really simplistic in terms of what you actually do when you know what you're doing. There's not a lot to it. Now, yes, you might say there's a lot to it if you have to repeat the process twice or 3 times, but it's still just as simple as measuring an angle to something after establishing a horizontal baseline. That's it. And this item, the sun in this example, might move over the map here, but it doesn't adjust its relative height. The angle is what you will measure to it. Now, if that sun, in this example, moves further away, then from your vantage point, it will be, ipso facto, lower to the horizon. Now, does that mean that the sun's moving over you in an arc? No, it does not. Does it mean that when you see it from your perception, it makes a vector shape? Yes, it does. But it isn't in reality doing that. And in terms of how you measure it and how you navigate with its position over a piece of land, that would be this flat plane depicted in this diagram, with an angle measured from it, as can only be the way of doing it. Well, then it puts the sun over a piece of land over here at a different part of the day. Not at a different height. And you don't need the height, as I keep saying, you just need the angle. Where is it in relation to the horizon? Has it dropped, i.e. a bigger angle if you're minusing from 90? Or is it directly at your zenith? 0, if you will.
Go to the last slide after the sextant image, and it uses it with solar time when the sun at different times of the year.
Perfect. So yeah, to round this particular topic out, I don't have to make any apologetics, because there's people who oppose us that deny the process of celestial navigation, or misinterpret how the tool that you use to measure a flat sky to give you positional information of a star above the ground, that doesn't mean that the sky is bent either. You are ipso facto dealing with a flat plane and a flat sky parallel to it. It's the only way it can function. That's a fact. Not up for contention, not up for debate, not I don't think it works like that, it could work like that if I measured the ground as curving. Wrong. It works on a plane.
Are you done with that? Because they're not going to get it, because I'm reading chat and they're still struggling with smoke. They don't know what smoke is.
Who's that?
I was laughing at that now.
People in chat. You want to break it down for them?
What smoke is?
What's kind of worrying is that they're asking for proof by asking somebody to show it in the periodic table.
What smoke?
I don't know. I think they're just trolling, Neil, to be honest. It's beyond.
Sorry, are they saying that suspended particulates of burnt matter bouncing around in the air, aka smoke, that's going to appear on the periodic table?
Seems to be what they need. They're asking for as proof, yeah. It's just beyond. Like I said, I think they're just trolling, mate, to be honest.
Okay.
What's that going to be proof of?
Smoke.
I guess gas pressure.
Smoke. They've latched onto
know.
something. So Adam brought up a demonstration yesterday and showed it where there's like a office toy where it's pumping out smoke from the top and it falls down like a volcano. And we were explaining, or Adam, I can't remember, me or Adam, one of us were explaining that if you've got a high concentration pumped into an area that's already occupied with other gases, then you can get it to pool in the way that it is. Further to that, it's not a gas, it's smoke. But now, rather than discussing the entropic effects that we were detailing and using an analogous comparison with smoke to make an example, they've taken that and bastardized the analogy, that would be with smoke, and used that to debate about. Oh, really? What about the entropic effects that we observe in nature always, including with smoke, even though it's not a gas? Let's just ignore that because it debunks the sky vacuum and focus on what smoke is. That's what's happening.
Okay, so just a red herring. That's all they're doing is trying to red herring away
yes,
from the
in
point.
essence, a red herring fallacy.
Don't eat fish. No. That was very funny yesterday. Whoever that was.
Yeah, the red herring. And just for the record, you did round out Tent's presentation, right?
Yeah.
No, you just interrupted now.
No,
you said he
Tent's
rounded it out.
presentation tends to have a point in it where I thank him and he says okay, and then there might be 2 more, 3 more, 10 more presentations / slides at any more point given in the future. So there's never really an end to a 10th man presentation, so to speak, if you know what I mean.
Agreed.
I mean, I'm
Which
sure
I
Tent
read,
could add.
by the way.
Go on, Neil.
I said all his presentations are epic, by the way. Love them all.
Well, although I've managed to cobble this PC together in such a fashion that it's holding it together, probably for its last days, there was a point where it was crashing so badly that every time I launched the live show, it would crash. And therefore, all of the pre-shows, which tend to be condensed very nicely with good information from 10th Man. So when there's a silent or the warm-up period, let's put the positive spin on, when there's a warm-up going on and 10th Man spots an opportunity in that warm-up period, he'll say, can I present a few slides? And then he will. And it's normally a very condensed version with very little interruption or questioning going on at the time. And I have been putting those out as a morning show. So I've been doing something called Sunrise Flat Earth Debate, mainly because my kid wakes me up at 5 a.m. and by about 7 a.m. I'm pretty bored. So I'll publish a video so I can sit and moderate it because there's no one else around at that time. So I'm normally the only person in there with about 10 people watching with an unadvertised show. But now you know. So if you are around and I happen to be up, which I am most days, I publish a show just so I've got something to watch. Because I watch my own show. I like it, you know, and I do. And I like 10th Man's presentation, to speak to your point, Neil, which are in those shows, Sunrise, Flat Earth Debate. Subscribe today if you haven't already.
And I think 10th Man was supplementing Nathan's rant about the requirements of a flat plane more than he was giving a presentation.
It was the other way around. I was supplementing his presentation in slide form that he asked me to present with a long rant. But back to the smoke. Let's debate about that all day. That's all we get, isn't it?
Hang on, I got 2 more slides coming your way.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I got the first one up. Go ahead and go there, and I'll put the second one.
The sun and the horizon and the sextant.
No, Nautical Science, the book.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, hang on, maybe I haven't sent it yet. Let me send it. There we go.
Well, synchronicity, because as you said, back to smoke, I was just typing it in chat.
Okay.
All right.
Introduction to Nautical Science. Don't like the title. Carry on.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I have this book, and I think I have this. Yeah, I do. I have this one. But here's the page I want to reference at the bottom. In piloting, we're relating ourselves to a reference point by measuring its bearing or our distance from it. The measurement defined a set of points we call an LOP, line of position, a straight line in the first case, and a circle in the second. Similarly, the celestial navigation, we measure our distance from the sun and therefore define a circular LOP. That's a circle of equal altitude, basically, that radius. However, the distance we measure is not distance in the sense of miles, but angular distance as measured in degrees and minutes. So even their side tells you that.
Very good. Why did they call it nautical science?
You know the trick? Let's go over it. Why did they call everything science, including Goodyear tires to plastic bottles? We scienced it.
Because we must embrace the fiction in our science, right, Tenth?
No, it's the other way around. You programmed at a very early age of what science is, and it's empirical methodology, and therefore, after the fact, once you know it's empirical and you hear the word science, I'm going to speak to this actually because I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. I spoke about the psychologist that gave testimony for Johnny Depp's side in the Amber Heard trial. Adam, you and I discussed this, do you remember?
Yes, yeah.
One of the aspects we discussed was the fact that the more convincing of the two psychologists, when quizzed about her bias towards the person paying her, Johnny Depp's team, or Johnny Depp himself, was to say, I'm a representative of the court, and I just present the science. That's all I'm looking to do. And I noted that, no, it isn't science, but the way it was delivered by this particular individual was very, very convincing. Now, further to that, I watched a guy who may or may not be familiar to people watching called Aussie Man, fairly popular YouTuber, who does very short videos, a couple of minutes, sometimes at the most they might be 10 minutes long, but typically shorter videos. Just a quick analysis of something that's going on in mainstream media. And in this case, he's picking on that particular trial. And what do you know? When he comes to detailing that particular aspect of the trial, he played that clip and noted how credible she was because she's following the science. So there's the full loop, right? Let's call her ignorant, because I'm in no doubt that if I was to put her on the spot, she'd say, no, it is science. Like the guy, young Moses, did his interview with, the professor of gravity. And the guy's like, yeah, of course there's science. Well, in the same vein, he wasn't lying when he said that. In his mind, he genuinely believed that. And I'm sure she does too when she's talking about psychology. Well, there's no science in it. But the delivery sparked, in Aussie Man, in this example, his early education about science being empirical. So when he heard it, well, it's got to have some empiricism behind it then, hasn't she? She said she's following the science. Yeah? So there's the trick in its full majesty, played out with the trick from an ignorant, we'll call her, claimant of science, and the receiver of the information and the impression he got. Top notch, excellent info, science. Wow, you get to see the full thing play out. I smiled when I saw it, just because we'd mentioned it on a previous show, and there it is happening.
Nathan, it happens every day in every form of life. They bastardize the word science.
I think it might be where the root word of science just means knowledge. You know, people confuse that with natural science.
It's actually a fallacy. It's an etymological fallacy.
Yeah, they're committing an etymological fallacy, but I don't think most people do it.
No, exactly. They take the etymology of the word and say, well, it means knowledge. Therefore, I understand. I have a good knowledge of psychology. Therefore, science. Knowledge. I've got it, right? No. Unfortunately not. Science has a context. Science has a method. Science is very narrow. Science deals with physics. Physics is science. And psychology isn't physics.
There's the old-fashioned way of doing it, was what John's referring to, but it is old-fashioned, and I think more importantly, when someone's invoking the word to have some kind of authority, knowledge, yeah, well, what they're invoking in the listener's mind is that empiricism, that scientific method. If you look at that front of that book, it's navigational science. I used to have pharmaceutics, the science of formulation. Yeah. And all of they mean is a body of knowledge. And when you see it in that context as you are able to differentiate those two meanings. I've got no problem with it on the front of the book like that. I've got no problem in somebody in antiquity using the word science to mean knowledge, yeah? But when we use it today, it's given that power that's given through what people think is following the scientific method. And that's, I think, what Nathan's referring to, that when that lady stands up there talking psychology, which, say, first day of A-level psychology, this is not science, is what you taught. Get that in your head. We're going to do probability studies here, yeah? But she stands up, and to the court, the authority and the power of what she's saying has the empiricism of science behind what she's saying. Fundamentally, it doesn't.
And with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hit the PayPal link and all that good stuff. Of course, another massive thank you to today's Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on either premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
I think it's like the model affliction that most people in the Western world have. I think, you know, because once you start putting data points on a graph and you put that arbitrary zero mark and showing this pattern that looks like a wave, you can start dreaming up anything you want.
Yeah, but John, yesterday in chat when Nathan re-upped the show, there was a guy in there, and he was trying to say that Ether is the Holy Spirit. And they were trying to say that the other day too. And Tent said it the other day. You can't lie to energy or a force field, and you can't grieve energy or a force field, which all in the Bible, that's what it states, that the Holy Spirit is a person. Can be lied to, can be grieved, can be loved. So that knocks that right out of the water.
Hey, Anthony.
Hola, amigo.
How's your dog?
Oh, let's do that offline, like not when you're recording.
Yeah, okay.
So we're...
Hold on, Anthony. How many times do you feed a dog, real quick? Are you supposed to feed a dog once a day?
10 seconds ago, asked me not to discuss that online with him.
I'm talking about my dog, because I'm having an argument with my wife. She thinks he needs to be fed 3 times a day.
Once.
Well, it's to do with how heavy your dog is and how many grams of food you give him. So in my case, he's 10 kilograms. He gets 400 grams of food a day, roughly. And I split it so he gets 100 for his breakfast and 300 grams for his tea. That's how I do it twice a day.
Okay.
It's to do with how heavy he is and how many grams of food you give him.
Has it got anything to do with the shape of the earth?
No, but you can think it
on then.
That's the after show. I don't mind.
Shaped like
I don't
a
mind.
pug dog.
No, because if we divide his food into his calorific intake, if we divide his calorific intake from his food by the frequency at which you feed him it, then because the maths works, it means it must be a globe.
It's science, Neil. Pay attention.
Or a pug.
Or a
Well,
pug.
I feed my dog on a flat plate. Do you use a bowl?
No, he can't get it out of the bowl. He's got no teeth left.
Okay, sorry. Why have you got this up, Adam Ether?
Well, it was just a continued, because you know how we were doing a little bit of trying to understand the terminology that's being used. This one, somebody popped this one up, and we got as far as counter space. But I then read the next sentence. So, inertia in counter space. All fields are ether perturbation modalities. Pure non-Cartesian potential. And I wondered what ether perturbation modalities could mean.
Sounds like a Ken Wheeler phrase.
Yeah, I know. So we've got ether, we've got perturbation, we've got modalities. Let me bring across modality, because I was thinking, well...
Modality?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, it's a particular mode in which something exists.
And a perturbation is a disturbance, right?
I was going to say, I'm glad you've said that, because I didn't want to sound stupid, but in the last 3 years, I've been looking at quite a lot of room acoustics, and they have room modes. And it's a build-up, a standing wave, a frequency that gets trapped between 2 walls, therefore builds up upon itself, standing on top of itself, standing wave. Not a wave, just want to get that clear. But that's the only mode I can think of, other than what you gave as the colloquial description.
Well, what it said in terms of modality, so the harmony had a touch of modality, so it was in tune, or so it's something that is just describing, like I say, it's just a particular state, its modality. The one John's tweaked was the one which seems to be the thing that's going to give it some inference as to what it means, which would be perturbation. I don't know if this is Freudian, but the first thing that came up with regards to this is anxiety and mental uneasiness. Or you've got a deviation of a system, moving object or process from its regular or normal state or path caused by an outside influence. So that makes sense in terms of...
Yeah, that's why when John qualified it earlier, I was like, that's how they describe a room mode. In other words, it typically would carry on in compression and rarefication, or whatever the words are for how a sound wave moves through the air. But that, when described, is a wave. Now, where the wave would continue on, it doesn't, because it's hitting something and then continues back in the same pattern continually. So that, again, meets the description, but these are all things that you can describe in physical terms. But after those descriptors, I think is the right word, you then went on to in non-Euclidean, or was it Euclidean?
No, pure non-Cartesian.
Non-Cartesian, my bad, sorry. Non-Cartesian. So before we get to the non bit, what's Cartesian? Pretty sure we all know the answer.
But it's not that.
What's just for fullness or completeness? Just what is Cartesian?
Those are the three sisters. The Cartesians.
That's the Kardashians.
Well, no, the Cartesians are length, breadth, and depth.
Right, there we go. John said it. Go ahead, just say that again one more time, John.
The Cartesian sisters are length, breadth, and depth. Yeah.
System, yeah. Okay, it's a coordinate system. Okay, fine. So we're talking about the reality when qualified in descriptive terms of as length, breadth, and depth. Right, that's Cartesian. Okay, yeah. So we're all are we all first of all in agreement of how Cartesian would represent something that we would experience in terms of length, breadth, and depth? Are we all in agreement so far?
Yes.
Anybody not in agreement? Okay, so non-Cartesian, Adam. Let's qualify what that would mean then, if we're talking non-length, breadth, and depth.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sounds like non-dimensional.
Oh, there we go. Someone said it. Was that chocolate?
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
I said it sounds non-dimensional.
Well, not non-dimensional. They had an extra one, a la time, in pseudo-Ramonian force space. But they had an extra dimension, don't they, for ether?
Light.
Well, they might label the extra dimension as light, but no. That's
time?
No, that's pseudo-Ramonian force space.
Counter space.
Who was that? Was that John?
Yeah.
So non-Cartesian counter space, right, Adam? He's just reading and looking for his mute button, I don't doubt.
The dog's barking.
Oh, fair enough. So
the dog's farted.
So what do we think it means then? We're trying to break down this description, non-Cartesian.
Just means not using straight lines for a grid coordinate system.
So I've got that all fields are ether slightly perturbating in its normal function, so it's shifting outside of its normal modality. So all fields are ether moving slightly outside of its normal thing, which is pure non-Cartesian potential. So it's...
Hold on. Non-length, breadth, and depth potential.
The non-physical existence potential.
When I think of potential, I think of a hijacking of gravity in terms of potential energy. But beyond that, I think of something that's got a future ability to do something in a physical term. That's what I think of when I think of potential. Didn't someone else try and describe it as capacitance?
Capacity to develop into something in the future.
From non-length, breadth and depth reality. Unmeasurable. Which is simultaneously everything.
Sounds like gravity to me.
Well, it exists in a dimension that doesn't exist. Counter space.
It's got the pure potential to become non-physical.
To become non-physical.
Pure non-Cartesian potential. Got the potential having or showing the capacity to develop into something in the future. So it has the potential in the future, the pure potential to become non-Cartesian or purely non-Cartesian, to not exist in any physicality. That would
the potential to exist in non-physical. So it has. Go on, Chocolate.
Wouldn't that imply that it currently is Cartesian?
No, it has the potential to exist in non-Cartesian reality. It has the potential to do that in a pure form. You did say in a pure form, didn't you?
It's pure non-Cartesian potential. So whether that's pure potential or pure non-Cartesian, I don't know. It's not clear.
The order in which you say it would give it which one is describing the other. For non-Cartesian is before the potential. He's talking about potential. That's the only way it would make sense.
But you've also got the refinement qualifier in there with the word pure.
Right, that also applies. It's all applying to potential is what I'm saying.
That's what I'd place it with.
So it's pure possibility. That's what ether is.
Of it becoming non-physical. But
a pure possibility of it becoming non-physical.
But that doesn't mean it is physical now, Chocolate, is what I would say. It has no inference as to what it is now, but it has the potential to be pure non-Cartesian. What it is now is a field modality, which is an ether perturbation.
And what's ether? So we know what an ether perturbation is?
That's the question.
Inertia in counter space.
In a non-physical dimension we don't experience. So it's a perturbation in a non-physical realm we don't experience called counter space that exists as a pure potential to exist as non-Cartesian. Is that correct?
I think we're getting there.
Man, I'm glad we've clarified this because I'm so much the wiser now.
I got it. It just hit me like a ton of bricks.
At least it's more specific than pseudo-Riemannian force space. At least we know it's exactly the opposite of physical reality.
I got it. I know what it is. It's a bunch of bullshit.
It is a medium that doesn't exist in a place that doesn't exist, right? That's the easiest way of saying that?
I think you'll find Neil just hasn't studied it. There was a time, Neil, where I didn't know about ether either. And, one day you'll arise to the level of understanding that we have here. You just need to go away and study.
Okay. I'm on it right now.
Something to 10th man.
Go ahead.
I just want to show him a video from yesterday just to see what his thoughts are.
You said you wanted to speak to him. No, you didn't, you liar. You wanted to drag him away to watch a video.
No, I want to show everyone the video, but, you guys act like Globers sometimes.
What? God, starts with the ad-homs immediately. What's the video?
Oh, really?
Here we go.
Oh, it was the Black Sun thing, and no, I just wanted to show 10th man. He's says he studied the Bible, but he's never heard of
guys,
things.
Hello. Immediately triggered. Hold on, my friend. Immediately triggered G+ panel. Hold on. Black Sun video. Is it your video? Did you produce it?
No.
I can't play it then.
That was Soundgarden.
Okay, I don't know that person. It's not my video. It's not the person who's asking me to play it, so we can't play it.
It's a band. Remember
Soundgarden? Oh, yeah, I know Soundgarden. Okay, so it's a Soundgarden video. I'm much more inclined to watch it now.
I don't know what the hell.
You will
sounds
totally
like
get a copyright strike for that.
I'm not going to play it.
Yeah, you
watch
will.
it. I said, watch it.
No,
Okay,
it was
I'm
just
sorry,
a video of yesterday's Kundalini topic we were talking about. Like he wanted like some biological proof or something like that. So, and it referenced the Bible. Just just something to look at.
Okay. Oh, thanks.
What's the verse?
He got super defensive yesterday.
No, I wanted to see the verse and chapter. Can you provide it? I didn't get defensive when I asked questions. Why you call that defensive?
Also, he didn't get defensive earlier when we suggested that heliocentrism might be the grand deception.
I wasn't saying that. That's not fair.
Damn it. I wasn't saying that.
Yeah, you were.
No, I was saying that maybe, just maybe, heliocentrism serves a purpose in keeping the psychopaths contained. That's all I was trying to do.
I agree with that.
It hasn't worked.
Yep. Can this person...
Oh, really? How would you know it hasn't worked?
Admin, sorry, can you see if you can get that video to 10th Man, or at least let him know where it's posted so he can find it?
No, he
he's not in the Discord, is he?
No, listen. Just give me the Bible verse that's in the video. I'll look it up.
Well, it's a video full of them. That's why.
What do you mean full of?
Well, yeah, if you watch the fucking video, we'll find out.
No, excuse me. I have a Bible here. Give me the verse about Kundalini and in context what you think I said and what it says.
All right, I guess let me watch the video and give you a one-to-one example real quick.
Don't be a Kundalini.
It's real simple. You said it says it. Now tell me where it says it.
In the Kundalini section?
Yeah, why are you making it so difficult? Come on.
Maybe is that in the appendix? That's the appendix.
No, it's the spleen.
Oh, it was what I think. Who was it? Was it George or the Irish cat here? He was explaining yesterday, but then y'all turned it into Samson. I don't know where the hell y'all jumped from there.
No, I went to the pineal gland, if I'm saying it right, and that long hair, and that's how I got there. But please provide me the verse that you're talking about.
Boom! Good memory.
Okay, where's the text chat or what? I'm trying to drop the video.
Kundalini and Samson.
There you go. We already had it, but thank you, Adam. We all square? We all up to date? We know where we're at? Long hair, pineal gland, Kundalini. We're all up to date?
I wasn't here yesterday, so I must have missed the whole...
But where do I send the check? Because I don't see 10th Man on Discord.
I want you to give me the verse and chapter. Quit sending me videos.
He's on the panel.
He maybe doesn't know. Do you know the chapter and verse?
Well, why doesn't he watch it again, write down one or two of the references since it's full of them? He doesn't have to do them all, and provide them.
My concern is that if he doesn't know them, how does he know that they might even be relevant? I don't get it.
That's why everything has to be done in context.
Well, the video explained it, but God forbid you push play.
God forbid
you should watch the video. That's all. He's just a shill for the video. He doesn't remember it anymore.
Were you the guy I was talking to yesterday in the chat of the after show, and you wouldn't tell me, and it was a video that you were directing me? Was it someone else doing that, or are you just doing the same thing as some chat troll from yesterday?
Yeah, is that the Finn guy? Finn Chin Chin or something?
Something like that. This exactly what he was doing. I was like, just tell me.
Let me give him an option. You give me 2 verses, and I'll go watch the video.
Let's haggle. I'll give you 1 verse.
Yeah, but no, I will. But it's just that you're gonna attack it to a 1-to-1 ratio. Like the word Kundalini is not in there, and then you're just gonna go around.
How are you dividing what he's going to do without providing him the evidence
Exactly,
first?
Chocolate.
You know, the Bible says the devil a lot and Lucifer. So how do you know what I'm going to say? It says a lot of things about the dark side.
Well, now, if you can give
citation and a source.
Exactly. The woman gives citations and everything, and then the Bible verse and everything, and also just biological like body parts that are named after people in the Bible and stuff like that. I just find it very interesting, and I was wondering if you guys would take a look if you were interested.
Did you actually check any of these Bible references yourself?
Yes, I'm in the medical field myself.
I meet people.
So what are they?
Arwin, 10th's trying to have a discussion.
I meet lots of people, have met lots of people who use the Bible for many things. People in false religious systems that don't even have the same Jesus Christ that's referenced in the Bible, use the Bible for that false Jesus Christ. So yes, there's lots of references, lots of people use from the Bible. I'd like to see it in context. And you're telling me to go watch a video I have no interest in. But if you give me a couple of verses that say something, hey, you know what? Maybe it's worth it. Can you give me those verses?
Seems reasonable enough.
Or you can push play on the
He
video.
don't know them.
Just one verse. Just click the video, scroll to a moment where there is a verse, get the number. I mean, even I can do that.
Oh,
and
excellent. Thank you so much for thank you for volunteering, Arwin. Arwin's going to push the play
I see,
button.
here, hold on.
No, I don't even know the video.
Since you're not going to do it, maybe someone else will do it. It's called Sacred Secretion, Christ Oil, True Anointing, Heaven on Earth video by Kelly Marie Kerr. And 10th's not going to do it, but, maybe somebody else will.
That doesn't sound like a Soundgarden video.
What's this ad hom? What's this ad hom? Why is he doing an ad hom when he can't produce a scripture?
He wants you to watch the video.
Exactly.
No,
It's
he's
just
a
a show.
pretender
He probably
clown.
gets
So
paid.
listen up.
No, she just references it. She references it to the Bible.
Listen up here, Gene. The way this works is when you make a claim, you go ahead and support it. You don't then challenge your interlocutor to support something that you haven't given him yet. And you don't divine his thoughts on what he's going to do when he sees your evidence. So you support your claim. Do you understand that? Gene.
I did a quick internet search.
I'm sorry. I'm not here to debate, dude. I was just sharing something, dude.
Yeah, you're a shill. You don't know what you're sharing.
Oh, here we go.
If I may, only for the sake of advancing conversation, I have no interest one way or the other. Proverbs 3:13 through 20, an internet search suggests if you substitute in your thinking her to be the feminine kundalini energy, and note the feminine is also the wisdom. That's what the link says. I'm going to post it in main chat. This is just for the sake of conversation.
No, perfect, DAJ. It wasn't going to progress unless someone did it. I tried to nominate Arwin. That failed. Thank you. Did you catch that, 10th?
So in other words,
hold on.
You just need to think of it like something else.
Hold on. Just one sec. Did you catch
I wrote
that,
it
10th?
down. I wrote it down. I'll be looking it up.
Thank you. Whoever it was, I just cut off. Feel free.
I was just saying that it's if you take any word in the Bible and you just think of it in a different way, then you can almost get to any assumption that you wanted to say.
That's correct.
Yeah, where it says Jesus did speak in allegory and parable.
Yeah, that's true. Typically in the Bible, based on my very limited knowledge of it, when something's
It's
an
in
allegory, it's
in Master B.
It would specifically state that.
Well,
that's correct as well.
Wouldn't it only be logical that Jesus basically revealing the word through what he was doing was addressing the things that were generally believed and around in that time, right? So he would have at least addressed those things.
Yeah, I believe
That's
the
all
quote
I'm-
says only through parable and allegory.
This is about Sophia. That's not
Yeah,
about Kundalini chain. You're going to look for analogy for the Kundalini in the Bible. You're going to struggle. The only place you'll find it, I think, is the serpent. But this is talking about Sophia, look, wisdom. Happy is a man who finds wisdom and acquires understanding. For she is more profitable than silver, and her revenue is better than gold. That's talking about spiritual wisdom.
It's the snake, isn't that the caduceus or something? What's that called?
It's a Kundalini snake. That's what. If you're not gonna see it direct. As far as I'm aware, it's nothing. But what you will see is analogy to certain bits in the Bible where people will interpret it like that. But there's nothing direct. That's you like the menorah. So the 7 candles you see, they can be linked to the 7 chakras and stuff like that. But you don't get anything direct. You'll only get analogous to it. So within Kabbalah and stuff, they'll talk of it.
Like the dreidel. I'm only joking.
But how many sides does dreidel have?
As far as
go on, is it Gene? Go ahead, or is it one?
I was just going to say. So, I think the guys, and I'm just saying what I've listened to, not saying it. I don't think there is any Bible quotations. I think he's talking about something called the sacred secretion, and people have spoke about this, and they give reference to how it could be associated with the Bible. I'm not saying for 1 minute it is. I've just listened to these things, and it talks about the Christ oil and the chrism, which is produced in the brain. Apparently, they refer to that as Jesus in the tomb and rising back up the spinal column, up into the pineal gland and becoming enlightened. And that's what the sacred secretion story I've heard is. And they do just relate it to the Bible like that. I don't think there's any scripture in there. They just relate things that are happening supposedly biologically to certain things in the Bible.
Nailed it.
That's how I understand
You say relate,
but also,
what do you mean?
Also, those body parts are named after the anatomy. You know, the body parts are named after the supposedly characters in the Bible.
What? So is it non-canon or is it non-related?
That was what I was going to ask.
Unrelated.
No, he said specifically related.
Related or similar to, I don't know. I'm not trying to debate.
When was it supposedly written?
Didn't we just cover this?
Oh my God, Arwen the lawyer.
Does anyone even know what the claim is? I'm still lost.
There is no claim. It's just someone sharing a video. I pass you the joint, and you take the hit or you don't. Just pass it.
There is a claim. The claim is that it talks about the Kundalini in the Bible, and that is what we're waiting on evidence for.
I guess I lied then, John.
Or you were just wrong.
It's some good Kundalini, man.
Is a Kundalini the thing you use in France that's next to the toilet?
It's the bidet.
My bad.
But so close, though.
My first girlfriend told me I could never find a Kundalini.
I'm not even going to go there.
I was about to, I didn't.
I don't know why that word sounds so bad, but it does.
That sounds great for everything. I'm going to use it more often.
Might put some in my coffee.
You could also make it sound like a curry, couldn't you? Like a specialist Indian curry from the area of Kundalini.
I'll have a biryani, I'll have a Rogan Josh, I'll have a Kundalini and 2 peanut.
And you'll have a waitress slapping you when you ask for the Kundalini, I can guarantee it.
As opposed to
Can I
not
have
being...
the tortellini?
Well, it wouldn't be not finding the Kundalini on your wife. It would be not being able to perform the Kundalini correctly.
All about the breathing.
Thank you.
So is the Kundalini an action or an area?
Isn't it a sum?
It's an action. I shouldn't have said the Kundalini. You couldn't perform Kundalini correctly.
Kundalini.
No, you can't perform it, but you can calculate it, though, right, Nathan?
That's what I keep telling my wife. You can think of it as... No, I better not.
So if you have 2 Kundalini and somebody takes 5 Kundalini away, can you have -3 Kundalini?
As a proud Kundalini, I take offence to that. This is going to get problematic pretty quickly.
This is reminding me of cannolis. I'm getting hungry.
It's probably the best nondescript word you can apply to anything. It works for everything.
It's pretty certain it's a breed. You know, my dog is half Kundalini.
Leave the gun. Take the Kundalini.
I think Neil was just talking about eating Kundalini.
Yeah, but you know, you can calculate the force of Kundalini.
No, you don't want to put the Kundalini in your mouth.
Whether it is or is not in the Bible, we can all agree now that it should have been. That's just a great word.
Definitely.
I love the smell of Kundalini in the morning.
Is it actually a word that's in the dictionary? Kundalini?
Yeah, Kundalini is a real word. If we say it enough, though, it'll lose all meaning in this conversation.
It's in the Vedic text.
It's the bottom chakra at the bottom. Power.
I thought it was a river.
You say Vedic? Vedic text. I didn't know Darth had his own language.
That was 2 days ago. No, yesterday, wasn't it?
Oh, Kundalini. It's a sexual position in the Kama Sutra, isn't it? Kundalini.
Oh, my goodness.
No. Well, no, it's a method in the Kama Sutra. It's not a position.
Cunnilingus.
That's another position, but that's not what the Kundalini is. Adam described it yesterday quite well, right at the beginning of the discussion. It got quite graphic. I'm not going to invite him to do it again, but he did do a good job.
I think you guys have all demonstrated how if you just use your imagination while using the word Kundalini, that it can mean almost anything. Like
that's right,
the claim that it can be literally
anything.
Just think about it.
You know what's weird? I have a weird question. The word
what was the point of all
and
this?
Hold on, I had somebody wanted to ask a question, which will probably draw close to this nonsense. So go ahead, whoever it was.
Oh no, I was just going to share that the word contemplation and meditation are supposed to be different, but I don't know what the hell's the difference in them.
They're different words.
If I contemplate something, I'm putting something in my mind, I'm working on it. If I'm meditating, I'm emptying my mind. So I would say the probably opposite ways of sitting quietly.
Wait a second.
You can contemplate, can't you? Or you can sit and meditate. They're two very different actions.
Hold on. When it says meditate on these things, I don't think it's saying empty your mind on these things. So it depends on which meditate you're talking about. In the yoga nonsense, yeah, you're emptying.
I think you've got that.
Not in scripture.
I think you've got that meditate on it, probably from Hollywood.
Neil, you can be Neil. For somebody who takes great offence at anybody saying anything that's against your religion, you constantly hurl stuff out there that it's not my religion, but it's very offensive the way you talk of other people's beliefs.
As a proud Kundalini, I find this highly offensive, Adam. I'll have you know.
Mind the Kundalini.
How is that offensive if I said, hold on, if I said meditate,
people's beliefs, there's no need.
If I said meditate means two different things, because it does not mean empty yourself in Christianity. And when you're reading the Bible, it says meditate on these things, referring to the scriptures that you just read. How is that an emptying?
When you put it like that, I
can
agree with the point you're making, but that wasn't what I had contention with.
What'd you have contention with?
The ad hom about other nonsense and stuff like that. No need, dude.
Well, I think it's nonsense. I'm entitled to an opinion.
If somebody
I got one. I got one, guys. I got one, guys. For
They
10th, man,
do.
if he's still awake.
Check out Neil's justification. Oh, here it comes. Oh, so they do, Neil. So that makes you
Of course,
perfect.
they bash Christianity all the time. And you're going to get upset because I bash yoga?
Then you are
it's
perfectly
nonsense.
justified, Neil. An eye for an eye, obviously.
Right back
Is
to the
10th
Old
man still on?
Testament, baby.
I
Yeah,
got a
Gene,
Bible
you're
scripture
still
for him.
on. Yes,
No, 10th
Gene,
man.
you're still on. You're still
I'm not
on.
asking for me.
Okay,
I'm not asking for me.
Yeah, you're still on. You're interrupting a deep conversation. But go ahead, Gene. Bow your way in.
Okay, it was whenever he wakes up is Genesis 32:30. It says Jacob named the place Peniel because I stood face to face with God or something like that. It depends what Bible you're looking at. So that's one, and that's I guess referring to pineal gland.
No, it's a custom to kneel at the pie shop. So before you get to the pie shop, you kneel. That's your pie kneel.
Or throw a pie at Neil? What?
Yeah, like Adam just did.
Nah, you threw that pie at yourself.
I don't even know what I said that
Anywho,
got him
there's
so
one for
upset.
10th man.
Alternatively, it's the answer to a circular sum that often refers to as pi as 3.142, whatever it is, and then followed by the name Neil. So it's pi Neil, as in, come on, it's pi Neil.
Shit, where's that tumbleweed sound effect? Fuck.
Fuck off.
John can probably whistle it.
Like I said, I don't think you'll
Okay.
find anything
I just
scripture whatsoever.
Hold on, 10th. Just let Adam berate Neil some more. Thank you.
I'm not done that.
Yeah.
I don't
Genesis
think you'll find
third.
anything in-
I think it's time for Neil to take offence and start shouting. Go on, Neil.
No, I like Adam.
Carpets, not fences.
I just looked up Genesis 32:30 in the Strong's Concordance, I believe here. Peniel, proper locative noun, proper masculine noun. Peniel or Peniel equals facing God. Place named by Jacob when he wrestled with God and located at the north bank of Jabbok is another one. So facing God, Peniel, in the reference of Genesis 32:30, before I go deeper. So how's that got to do?
Well,
What
before
he
you
was
ask the
trying to
question,
say.
there's a direct correlation, but the question then becomes, does the word pineal in its modern incarnation have an etymology that precedes the Hebrew definition of facing God for pineal as a word? So which came first?
Are y'all talking about the philosopher's stone or whatever?
No, we're
No,
questioning
gosh,
we're questioning the origins of pineal, because there's an assertion that the one has come from the other. In other words, there's a naming structure that has come to lead us on a path of discovery in the Bible that leads us to Kundalini. Now, that's a very poor rendition of the summary, but that's what we're essentially doing.
Okay.
The pharmaceutical industry is so new. It's only about 150, 180 years old. So I would say definitely the naming of a pineal gland came well after the term pineal being God pointing or toward God.
Yeah, I mean, I studied the pineal gland, I already detoxed it and all that stuff, so
You
I was just listening in.
detox the pineal gland. Come again?
Yeah, you could detox the pineal gland really easily if you know what you're doing.
Dude, they're about to take you to fucking court, dude. Stop.
You emptied yourself and astral projected.
No, he's talking about physiological cleaning your pineal gland, because the pineal gland can, for example, get calcified from sodium fluoride, right? It does that. It's widely talked about, and there's ways to get rid of that again. So that's probably what he was referring to, not some
It's
meditative
talked
process.
about, Arwen, but is it true?
This is not pineal in the sense this guy's trying to say.
Well,
Genesis Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. And then 32:31, and he passed over Penuel. The sun rose upon him, and he halted his thigh. Judges 8:8. He went up thence to Penuel. So it's talking. He named the place that.
It's a geographical place.
Yeah. I mean, these people.
Yeah, that's but
like I said, if you're going to reference the Bible,
too many people talking. Gene, you wrote.
He said we're going into lawyer mode. What the hell does that mean?
It means being hyper-specific about words and their meanings, defining stuff, Socratic method. Lawyer mode is just another way of saying you perform in the Socratic method.
Yeah, but words do have meaning.
And what the other guy mean by we're about to take you to court? I find that very offensive.
Lawyer mode. I just literally covered that 10 seconds ago, Neil.
Sorry.
So, your support for your claim, which I still don't know what it is, it means a place. So, what's up? Am I going into lawyer mode?
Yes, I would actually say it's not a geographical location. This is all allegory and parable. That's why there's camels and all types of crazy shit.
Well, say that. Did you say that? What you said again? I was getting rubbing. Sorry.
No, they just reference stuff like when they say when he was he went to the desert. That pretty much just means he was lost. He was not doing whatever the hell God told him.
When Jacob
desert would be lost.
When Jacob, so you're spiritualizing scripture now, right? It doesn't mean what it says it means. It means what you say it means, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a good point. You should.
Right.
Well,
so you're treating the Bible as your own personal jungle. So you're treating the Bible as your own personal jungle gym.
Yeah, he's right though.
He's right.
It's either the truth or it's not. It's that simple.
It's either the truth or it's not. That's right on topic. Thanks.
No. Let's just get back on topic. QE is saying, if the scripture says he goes to the desert, why would you infer that it doesn't mean exactly as it says?
Yeah, does the book tell you to do that?
No, it's just I guess it's inferred. They say that every time they're like fish means wisdom, and I believe bread is something else.
So, yeah, we appreciate that. However, this isn't an allegory right here. Have you read the passage? This is a pretty famous passage in Scripture.
Where's 10th man at? 10th man, is he still asleep or what?
Okay, before we add Hom 10th, the point here is that, typically speaking, if it's an analogy or it's a... what's the other one they use? What's the term for abstractions?
Metaphor.
Metaphor, there you go. It specifically and explicitly states so when that is the case. So therefore, while you say, does it say you should take it literally? Well, no, when I read a book generally, when the book says the man went to the desert, I don't go, in this novel, the writer says the character goes to the desert. I'm going to interpret that to mean he's just in his thoughts. Then I read the next line, in the desert he made a hut. Oh, all right, my interpretation was obviously completely surplus to requirements, but in my mind I thought the book needed to tell me to take it literally at this moment. No, it doesn't. But what it does do is tell you when not to take it literally because it's an analogy.
Where'd the desert come from anyway?
They talk about it a lot in the fucking Bible.
We're on a specific 3230.
Right, was that rhetorical?
Right?
Hello? It's the ground down, man-made cities turned to dust to become the deserts. Obviously.
I thought we were talking about the specific chapter and verse. Can you friggin' hear me? Are you people out of your minds? But try to focus. Let's get some Adderall. We'll get an Adderall drip, okay? And we'll help you out. So 3230.
Trying to get the DMT drip.
3230 was your point, right? And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. As he passed over Penuel, Penuel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh, unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. Where the hell is the desert in that? Number one.
We're not talking about that.
Thanks.
We're talking about 32:30.
32:30. I just read it. Oh, and 31 and 30. Sorry. Yeah. Okay,
No,
I'll just read 32.
we're not talking about the desert part, though.
Okay, I'll just read 32:30 then. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. Where's the desert?
All I'm asking, I don't know what the hell you're talking about the desert now. I was just saying, giving an example.
Oh my God.
So all I'm saying now is Pineal, what else would he be talking about? That's my only question.
It's a geographical place.
You think Pineal was a geographical place?
Yeah,
He says this-
obviously. You want me to read it again?
That's what it says.
Yeah, I posted,
that is what it says.
I posted the definition from Hebrew in the live stream from the text, and then within the context, it is a geographic location, not some gland in the brain.
I mean,
So you guys don't think that pineal in the Bible has any correlation with the pineal gland?
No. Now that it's been contextualized, because the etymology of pineal in that regard is pine, as in pine cone, because that's how it's shaped, as opposed to a geographic location detailed in the Bible that sounds similar when translated from Hebrew. So definitely not.
Okay.
When was the
Are you related
pineal
to Pete
gland
Shea by
named?
chance?
Okay, let QE now have his moment. Go ahead, QE.
No, I'm saying, is he related to Pete Shea? This is incoherent at best.
I don't think anybody can be related to Pete Shea.
That's not his point.
Have you not been listening for the past few days?
Okay,
We got a bunch of
everyone
nutters.
stop. I think what QE's trying to say is, correct me if I'm wrong, that we are surrounded by people who will more than happily throw out baseless assertions without necessarily doing a great deal of research. And often you'll end up in a claim to not be debate because you're not debating debate about something that somebody hasn't researched. That's basically the point that QE's hopefully trying to get across. If not, I will make that point.
Yes.
Can we move on to Black Sun now?
But who said that?
Same guy.
Gene.
Me.
You're the guy we're addressing it to. You want to move on?
Yeah, I heard you. And you guys made your decision. You says pineal and that have no correlation. Okay. I mean, that's your opinion. That's
No, it was just... Hold on. Let me get... now we're in denial. So earlier in this show, right, Adam offered up some speculation. And very tentatively, because Adam's my mate, I went, could this not just be, pie in the sky speculation? And instantly, Adam gave every disclaimer under the sun that it was merely speculation. That yes, you're just looking into things and finding a fascination in them, and it might be... I can't remember what he said, but he gave a good summary that disclaimed that no, I'm not going to draw any bloody conclusions from this. However, there are other people far less learned, far less researched than Adam, that in their ignorance will offer up information that they basically haven't done any research on. Now, they might have even formed a bit of a conclusion, but they want to postulate that, and then when we point out that that's annoying, and you're now saying to us that's your opinion, no, people who have a really good understanding of this subject, not me, but I, for the most part, other than hosting, sat back and listened, offered up their research to show in no uncertain terms to me, who drew the parallel when you did it on your behalf. I honed your parallel for you to make the discussion point work. No, it is parallel. Look, pineal, described in the Bible, and is seemingly, according to you, referencing this pineal in the brain. There's a connection because you're saying there's a connection. So then after other people around you have actually looked into it, me on the fringes of the discussion have come to the unequivocal decision that they are in no way connected. But upon pointing that out to you, you're like, well, that's your opinion. No, that's a matter of fact shown with research over the last 20 minutes. Weren't you listening? People around you did the research, presumably you wanted them to do because you were too lazy to do it when you offered it up.
I'm looking for Pioneer on Google Maps right quick. But
That's good. That's good because that's good because it suggests now that you appreciate that this entry in the Bible that you were referencing us to go and look at a video for, in fact, doesn't have any reference to the pineal gland, and that's a much later thing in reference to a shape.
He was just following a pine in the sky.
Are you that juvenile that you're not this is unbelievable. You're going to go look on Google Maps for a place called Pineal, and if it's not there, then the Bible wasn't stating it was a geographic place. Is that what you're saying?
who said that?
Is Jerusalem
You
still there?
implied it with your Google Maps horse shit.
I implied it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Gene. I know your little game here. It's a little juvenile
Dude,
second grade
I'm
playground
just
game. Little Elmer Fudd sophistry on your part. Just go on fucking mute before you piss me off. I helped you.
Yeah, agreed.
Clown.
I agreed. When we were discussing whatever it was, ether most recently, or incoherent dielectric acceleration, or mudflood trees, or Mandela effect, which, you know, over time you might find that there's a limited scope for explaining things within the definition of Mandela. Paula does a really good job of it. So does Infinite Plane Society. There's a couple of others that actually understand what Mandela effect is, if you want to qualify it as that. I'd probably give it a different title. You know, when I do, I say it's standard fare in media. But in any event, the nonsense of Mandela effect and all those other crappy things tend to get offered up by people who've had a cursory glance at things and then stick their flag in that particular nonsense and then go around parroting it. And before long, those exact same individuals, if they go unchallenged, become experts in this nonsense. You've suddenly got experts in mud flood and buildings that used to be mountains.
Hey, Nathan.
You know, what?
Would you say you have a normie opinion on these topics?
Oh, God.
Do you feel like you toe the line on a lot of these topics, or are you on the cutting edge of
no, it's just it's not either. I can't qualify it. People offer up information, and then typically, when there's a claim made, I'll ask them to back their evidence. Typically, I've got no interest. So when the guy the other day offered up the archway, you know, I hadn't seen that contextualised in that manner ever. That was the first time I'd seen it. And all I did was go, what evidence have you got for your claim that this used to be a man-made structure? And what did I get? So you're saying that offering up a certain degree of scepticism and asking questions about claims, is that normie? I would say not.
Well, like, what I'm asking is, do you think there's any grain of truth to it? Or do you just, like, dismiss it, like, even...
I just answered you.
You're not...
I just answered you 10 seconds
you're
ago.
Not, like, you're not provoked to believe any of it.
I asked for evidence for it. So you're asking me, should I extend my belief? Oh, absolutely not.
No, I'm saying, do you think there's any grain of truth to it, or did you just write it off?
Third time you've asked me the same question. So when I say, if there's a grain of truth to it, there'll be some evidence to provide. I mean, I don't know how I can paraphrase the same answer more than 3 times.
Okay, well,
it's gotta be
you agree you can have
cleanser.
evidence for anything. There's evidence for literally anything. I mean, I can give you evidence for a unicorn if I just Google searched it. Like, proof is what, I mean, that's what you determine.
Well, there we go.
And you think there's no proof in any of this evidence.
That's a good point. Let's just stick with that one point. So you're saying, and I would agree with you, that depending on your standard of evidence and what it is you're trying to evidence, you could provide proof of the existence of the idea of unicorns just by Googling it. But the proof of the physicality and reality of unicorns, you wouldn't find that with a Google search. So it depends on your standards, doesn't it?
Well, that's why I was asking, like, you didn't find the evidence conclusive. You thought it was pretty weak evidence, so you dismissed it. I'm saying, do you, and I already asked you that, but, like, you don't think there's any proof in this evidence.
Right, unless you're going to follow this up with an argument from silence fallacy, I don't see the point in the question.
Okay, so say the mud floods and say the ether was all right, and we showed you the evidence, and you just said the evidence wasn't convincing, therefore I dismissed it. There's no proof.
Sorry, let me get it straight. In this
I feel like that's what you're
hypothetical
kinda doing.
scenario, if we automatically beg the question of ether being real, and then you present some evidence that I dismiss, then what? I'm guilty of a fallacy because in this fallacy we've begged the question of ether at the start of the process?
No, it just seems like if we're going to suppose something is true, we got to really look at it. And you can't, I think, like, I don't know, it's a defense
You're
thing.
not
maybe,
bringing
that
any
you write
evidence
stuff
of
off.
anything.
Maybe writing things off is a defense. Like, you don't want to know about it. Cause,
Okay, what am I writing off?
Maybe not
Stop.
supporting.
What am I
Maybe
writing
not
off?
supporting your claims.
Exactly.
In the first instance is the problem.
Exactly. What am I writing off? If there's something that's been offered up in support... Just let me just finish this statement. What am I writing off exactly? Because if there's nothing offered up, there's nothing to write off. Therefore, it's down to the claimant to provide their proof of their claim. Beyond that, what should I go, that person that talked total shite for 20 straight minutes about a series of photos they've correlated might have some validity. No, I don't give that a second thought. I just think, what a wanker. Didn't have any evidence for the complete horseshit they babbled here. That's what I think. I don't sit around fantasizing about whether or not their bullshit might have been true.
Well, that's all I was asking. Like, I think people give you a lot of evidence for things. I just think you have a high standard of validation.
No, they don't.
To such an extent.
Neil, can you shut up?
Like, what?
Neil's talking straight through you. With his colour commentary about how he dislikes what you're saying.
Oh, Neil doesn't like anything that I say ever.
Well, Neil, thank you. Third time's a charm.
I appreciate the high standards of evidence. Like, that's what I like about Flat Earth. You guys are like super hardcore about, that's not really proof. That's just like shitty evidence. Sorry, the language.
That's all right.
I think, Nathan, you have really high standards, and I don't know how you would surmount I don't even know how you'd go about proving anything to you. You have such it's like a deterministic, I don't know.
It depends on the claim. So recently we discussed how you would prove there's a connection between the pineal gland as a part of the brain versus a geographical location detailed in Hebrew. And what we did was we went through the standards, in that case a historic standard. And it was just referenced. It was just very basic, bog standard, primary source research, historical standards.
Right.
That's all that was done. Whereas if you're talking about things that occur in nature, which is typically what we debate about, then the standards are already laid down for me. I don't need to set a standard. The standards are high, not because I've set them, because the methodology used to attain the empiricism that might be on offer is narrow. But that's not me.
Yeah, I don't know what to call that. I don't know if there's a
I mean, you understand, though, that the standards here are so high that people that used to claim there is scientific evidence for a globe actually today claim that science doesn't prove anything, right? Because of the standards that we've held here.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what you guys are most known for, is high standards of, like, you guys are really critical about, like, anybody trying to pass some shit off as it.
Can I ask a quick question of you, Glenda?
Which shouldn't we be, though?
And that's good. No, that's good.
Let me just ask you a quick question. You're offering up positive things, positive attributes of the show, and seemingly attempting at every opportunity to spin that into something negative. And I want to know why.
That's why I'm getting pissed
what do you mean
off.
spin it into negative?
Can I answer, Nathan?
Well, you're not Synclenter, but you can, I suppose so. Go ahead, Sasha.
I can presume.
Divide his thoughts, by all means.
Go ahead.
It's a point of ether and mudflat. He said properly. If you speak about gravity, you will have the high standard. Listen, you will have the high standard. And then they cannot prove gravity. But then you will have flat earther. And he will speak about ether. And he will say, but I give you evidence what he didn't in the first place. but he will always say, why you don't want to expect my evidence the same one like a gravity, but it's from flat earther point. No, it's not from the globe earth point. That's my point.
Okay, I don't know.
Well, sorta, but not really. Sorta. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's kind of accurate, but not really. I guess.
Yeah, it is pretty accurate. I would say it's pretty accurate. Good job, Sasha.
No, it's like I didn't necessarily want to argue for mud floods or ether, but I'm just saying like if I give you evidence for something,
well,
and you say this isn't evidence of anything. Like
stop,
that's a standard.
just stop.
I don't know how to go about it.
You said that the second time.
Provide a specific example, please.
That was where I was going to go next. So you did say that's the second time you've offered that up, which is to say you don't accept evidence when you're offered it, specifically aimed at me.
Well,
so,
okay.
Like when?
Okay, I'll give you just a practical. This isn't like I'm not going to die on this hill, but I'll die on it for the sake of just proving a point. Like if I say the sun is a black hole, and I say all you got to do is look at it. If you look at the sun, you're gonna see a black hole, right? Like
what?
So
okay, stop. No, hold on.
And I would back up my claim with empirical something you could see. You know?
It's only showing what I'm going to do. So if hypothetically you were to suggest that the sun is a black hole, and your standard to prove it was to say, well, just look at it.
Yes.
But that's a begging the question fallacy in and of itself, right? Your point's proven by just looking at the thing you're claiming. That's a begging the question fallacy. So I'd point out the fallacious logic. But then, if you were to say, no, we'd have to go into the Socratic method. What is a black hole?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I haven't denied anything yet. We're just meeting in terms of what the words mean. So we did it with ether earlier.
Yeah, that's logic, though. You said it was
not logic. That's the Socratic method.
What did you say it was? It was some sort of fallacy. What did you say?
Begging the question
fallacy.
Okay, so isn't the law of identity begging the question logic?
We haven't identified. Sorry, we haven't identified. Hello,
A equals A.
Law of identity. Stop. Hello, stop. So law of identity. Okay, so that would mean we'd identify things. So when I said what is a black
hole sun.
Can you just stop talking straight through me?
Black disk sun.
Can you stop? Try a fourth time. So when you say law of identity, that would be to identify things. Ergo, when you said the sun is a black hole, I'm pretty sure I know, and we can all agree upon what the sun is. It's that light shining over there. But black hole, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure as a part of the Socratic discussion we would take part in, rather than your claim that I just disregard everything. I would get you to qualify what that was.
Right, and I do that empirically by saying, look at the sun. If
that's a begging the question fallacy. No. Stop. No, that would be the first thing I said. That's a begging the question fallacy.
Oh, that's the law of that's A equals A.
So now we're going round in circles with your argument. I say begging the question fallacy, you say law of identity. Yeah, that's what we're doing. You're applying circular reasoning to your logic itself now, and talking straight through me pointing that out. So far, just for clarity for the audience's benefit, I haven't denied a single shred of evidence, because so far all we've done is not even managed to meet in terms of terms. If this was the example that you're giving, Synclenser, you haven't actually met my terms in meeting of mind, Socratic method.
I agree, yeah.
Right, so I haven't denied a damn thing. When you say you just deny evidence, wrong. No, I get people to define terms and then hand them their own asses. Do I worry about, for anybody else asking, whether there's any validity to the shite they claimed that they didn't manage to define? I don't ponder those things.
Earth?
I don't ponder those things. Why are you talking through me? Thank you.
Jen, relax for a second. Nathan, he brought in the law of identity, right? He hasn't even identified anything yet.
Yeah. Well, he's identified a claim that we just disregard evidence out of hand. Yet with his example currently in tow, and us defining what we'd do if it was, hypothetically, an example someone else gave, we would go through these methodologies, including the Socratic method. That would be identifying things.
Yeah, you say that
Sorry, yeah, you said I just disregard evidence. So, shithead, why are you going around spouting lies about me disregarding evidence and claiming it in a negative way on my own show when nothing could be further from the truth, dickhead?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you fucking did.
I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said I disregard evidence. Nothing's ever good enough. Yeah, it is. We just have very high standards because we know what standards are and how to meet them.
Okay, Nathan, let me ask you one question.
No, you could just take back your shite about me disregarding evidence out of hand before you make another point.
What's the difference between...
No, don't make another point. Take back your claim that I disregard evidence out of hand and understand that we take people through various different evidentiary standards.
Can I ask?
Yeah, the evidentiary standards are the standards you reject for being proof.
Sorry, reject? I haven't rejected a damn thing. All we've done is ask you to define your terms in your hypothetical example with black holes. You've not done that yet. So in terms of this example, I haven't disregarded anything. But you've made that claim again, haven't you, wanker? So you're just a wanker.
You call...
Hello, wanker. You are making baseless claims about what I do and how I am. Yeah, fuck you.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, fuck you. I don't disregard claims out of hand. I ask the claimant to prove their claim.
How do you prove a claim?
By providing evidence.
Reject the evidence.
Sorry, what evidence? We haven't even met in terms of the terminology of black holes yet, in your example. I'm yet to disregard any evidence. You see, laugh it up. What a cunt.
Black.
Bro.
And you tell him...
Bro,
he doesn't
don't you
even know
have
what
to
empirical
provide
means, Nathan.
evidence?
Fucking
in
laughing
order
at
for
me.
the evidence?
What a wanker. So you're just here to wind me up, are you, Sin Cleanser? Yeah?
A little bit.
No, don't. Yeah, that makes you a wanker. So you're just a wanker. Do people around you find you objectionably, generally speaking, Sin Cleanser, in real life? Do people find you objectionable?
No.
I would disagree. We are in real life, you are conversing with me, and I do find you objectionable when you make up shit about stuff I don't do. Like saying I just disregard claims out of hand, and then go round and round in circles with your buzzwords. Yeah, law of identity. It's just some fucking buzzword you're using to slander how I disregard evidence. I haven't had any evidence to disregard so far, in your example. And when I point that out, you laugh. Wanker.
Because
people do find you objectionable, Sin Cleanser. You are being identified by me as a wanker because people do find you objectionable. I just want to make that clear for you. You are a wanker. I am defining what you are and how people find you. I find you objectionable when you make shit up about me. And when you laugh and I pull apart your crap, I find that objectionable too. That's why I've termed you a wanker. Okay, wanker?
And we have evidence.
So go away and play with your own cock. That's what wankers do. Giggle about your own self-deprecation somewhere else.
Man, I don't even know what just happened.
What just happened was you came in and claimed that I disregard evidence out of hand. Then you gave an example, and I took you through what we would do in that specific example. And how it wasn't disregarding evidence out of hand. I asked you to rescind your claim that I disregard evidence out of hand, and you laughed at me. Then I called you a cunt.
Yeah, no, that's...
Yeah, then I called you a cunt. Because that's the behaviour of a cunt. Let's get it clear, cunt. That's how a cunt behaves. No, I don't disregard evidence as you claimed. So you're going to take that shit back, or are you just going to talk straight through the top of me?
You called him a wanker, actually.
I don't care. I don't really care if you...
Then get the fuck off my show if you don't care when you piss the host off with lies about him. Then fuck off.
I'm saying you guys have high...
I don't care what you're saying. I want you to take back your shit you made up about me.
No, you have high...
Don't stutter. Just say, I am sorry I made up a load of shite about how you behave.
I didn't even say anything about you.
You said just disregard evidence out of hand. Nothing's ever good enough. That's what you said.
Standards.
That's what you said. High standards. And then you spun it into something negative. Nothing's ever good enough. We covered this. Yeah, more behaviour of a wanker. More behaviour of a wanker. We've already summarised what you've done, wanker. We know what you've done. And I'm asking you to take back what you've done because it isn't true, and I've proven that.
Nathan, I said you had high standards, and that...
So I don't need a summary of what you've done, wanker. I understand that a wanker has made a claim on my show that I disregard things that are actually presented with evidence. That's untrue. That's what I've done, wanker. Now I'd like you to take back that shit you made up about me. Disregarding evidence.
I said anything about you?
Disregarding evidence, nothing's ever good enough, too high standard. Yeah, you have.
Those are good things.
Yeah, that you spun into negative. I already cleared this up.
How is it an insult to have high standards?
You're a wanker. Just fuck off. Get rid of him.
Nathan, by those standards that you just said,
why are you trying to
Flat Earth
spin?
would be a begging the question fallacy, too.
Sorry, Shia Khan.
He's confusing the law of identity and begging the question fallacy. That got lost in all the gibberish. It's fucking
I was going to bring it
nonsensical.
back to that. I don't understand why you would say that.
Well, he
Yeah, 'cause
obviously
he's
he
lunatic.
tried to communicate that he didn't understand the academics of fallacies. And then he proved it by completely misunderstanding it when trying it out anyway. And then he didn't have the humility to admit that he was in over his head, so he just started to act belligerent. That's what happened, in my
How
opinion.
am I over my head, Arwen? I'll talk to you. 'cause I
Evidence
don't
of
think
a-
Because you don't know what the hell you're talking about when it
You
comes to
have
academics
zero
and
standards.
fallacies.
Nathan has high standards. You have zero.
Sinclair, can I ask my question?
Oh,
Finally.
So now it's
Can I
attack
ask-
Arwen. So what? You just going to attack Arwen for having too lower standards now? Maybe when we point out that that's the behaviour of a wanker again, that you'll deny that you've done it.
Oh, there's
yeah, behaviour of a wanker. You just attacked Arwen for his very low standards, didn't you, wanker?
You can cry about it.
Yeah, you're a wanker. I'm not crying. I'm calling you a wanker. I'm labelling you by your behaviour demonstrated here today. Yeah? The kind of person that really would be better off just in his own bedroom with his own self, entertaining himself, wanking. That's what you'd be better off doing, rather than being here irritating me and Arwen.
Ew, that's gross.
Yeah, that's what you should be doing. You are a wanker.
Great how low
Wait,
your
is that what
standards
English
actually
people
are.
actually mean when they
Evidence.
call people
About
that?
shit, you just go online and not talk about anything.
We talk about standards of evidence. We talk about the Socratic method and the scientific method and evidence of historic standards. We talk about primary source research. That's what we do here. We don't sit around talking about nothing. We've got those high standards because we talk about evidence. That's what we do. We don't just disregard stuff out of hand. That's what you claimed about me, by the way, wanker.
No, I said you had...
No, you did definitely say that. I clarified it. So did QE twice.
What do you mean?
So now you're going to lie, wanker? Yeah, that's another behaviour pattern of a wanker. Lying about the shit they've made up.
Arwen doesn't have any standards and you have high
Back
standards.
to ad homing Arwen. Are you a wanker? Yeah, they're laughing at us.
I think I hit the nail on the head. That's why it hurt so much.
And this is what we have to tolerate here. People who think they can get a rise out of us just by being a wanker. Well, no, wanker. We'll point out to an audience what your behaviour is and what it represents. Wankers. You, a wanker.
I'm trying to understand what qualifies
A little
in your
bit
mind as
earlier,
proof.
you were
You know
asked
what I
to
mean? Like,
provide
what-
an example.
I'm like with you.
Sinclair.
Sorry, Chocolate, go
Sinclair.
ahead. I didn't hear you.
A little bit before, you were asked to provide an example of when we've been presented evidence that we just disregard because of our high standards. The only thing I heard you mention was the sun and black hole. Is that your example?
Oh
or-
yeah, that was an example. That wasn't like an, I'm not gonna die. Like I said before that, I'm not gonna die on the hill. But like a casual example would be like you guys having such high standards. Even if I gave you empirical evidence, you
Sinclair,
would
can I
reject
ask you a question about
You know
that
what I
sun? Can I ask a question about Black Sun?
Okay, I'm gonna die on the hill now. Okay,
Done?
go ahead.
No,
Okay.
no.
I don't wanna hear
Stop.
about the
Stop.
hell
of this.
No, don't ask him a question about the Black Sun. That was a
Please.
hypothetical example. When he was asked to give us an example of where we disregarded evidence.
Yeah, I had to come up with something.
A hypothetical example that didn't evidence where we'd done that. Yeah, I know what you did. Now you want to discuss your hypothetical example like it's an argument point. No, it was a hypothetical example in lieu of an actual example that backed your claim that we disregarded evidence. We haven't. You didn't give us an example, and now you want to debate about your hypothetical. Yeah, wanker.
The only issue with
wanker. That's what wankers do.
Disregard empirical evidence.
I don't want to hear about.
No,
the
I gave you empirical evidence.
Can you give
and
us?
I said,
can you give
even
us
this standard doesn't satiate your fucking.
Sorry, what standard was that? So the standard that doesn't come with a Socratic method of definition of the words that you were claiming we've now disregarded again, but will later lie that we haven't.
Founded on identity.
Did you say the sun is black hole?
If you can't identify something and you can't agree that A equals A, then, you know, for you, A equals B. I don't know.
Sinclair, did you say that
there goes the insult again.
Did you say that sun is black hole?
Yeah, that's just a casual example of something that I don't think he would find convincing.
Because you said, no, you said that was evidence, and because of that...
No, I was trying to tell Nathan that he's not going to find the black hole sun convincing. And I was going to show and give him evidence that he was going to reject, because he rejects most evidence.
There's the wanker claim again. He rejects most evidence. You fondle most children you come across, don't you, Sinclair? You like to fondle most children you come across? Just a spurious claim I'm going to throw out there. You like fondling children, don't you?
That's gross and weird.
Sorry, you like it, though, don't you? I mean, it is gross, and I don't know why you do it. Why would you do it? It is gross. Why'd you do it?
Show him the black sun video.
Sorry, why'd you do it? Sorry, why'd you do it like I disregard most evidence? It's not just shit you're making up about me, is it?
Yeah, you said that.
Hello, shut up. Sorry, why do you do that then? It's gross. Why do you fondle children?
I don't, and that's...
Sorry, so when I just made it up, would it be reasonable that I now debate about this shit I've just made up about you indefinitely and never concede that I've just made it up about you? Because you've literally just declared that I disregard most evidence.
Okay, I'm trying to follow your...
Follow what? Your claim that I disregard most evidence. Wanker. No, I do not.
Okay, no, it's not.
No, I don't, you stuttering wanker. That's just the shit you're here to wind me up with by making up claims that aren't true about how I behave. No, I don't behave that way. Now, you don't fondle kids either, but it's obviously a nice parallel to just make some outrageous shit up about you and then sit here talking about it all day. Right? That's what you're doing about me.
No, I didn't talk...
What, say that I disregard most claims 20 seconds ago?
I didn't talk shit about you.
Sorry, you said I disregard most claims literally 30 seconds ago.
By standards, that's what...
Sorry, you said I disregard most claims.
Yeah, you do.
No, I fucking do not.
Oh my God.
You accept most claims?
No, I go through a method that I've detailed with you.
Standards.
I've gone through a method with you. I've gone through standards with you. I've even gone through your example with you. A hypothetical that didn't example where I disregarded most claims and most evidence? No, incorrect. Just shit you are spouting about me.
Cleanser, to be fair, you're not really making any sense, because you've been asked for an example where we've been presented evidence that we've disregarded because of our high standards, and the only thing you brought up was a hypothetical. Do you have any actual example of that happening?
Nobody who can be damn sure he'll make the claim again for the 5th time that I disregard most evidence, because he's just done it in the last minute.
Because he's
I still don't understand why that would be an insult to you, Nathan.
Why claiming that I disregard most evidence would be an insult? Because it doesn't happen. That's not true. So why would a complete and total and utter fabrication about a behaviour I exhibit would be insulting? Yeah, deeply, because I don't exhibit that behaviour. Why would it be insulting, a suggestion that you fondle children?
Because fondling children is gross and weird and
creepy. So stop doing it! Stop doing it then. Yeah, just stop doing it.
Well, what the hell?
Just stop doing it. Seem reasonable? See, it seemed like a reasonable assumption of your behaviour and how you automatically do exhibit this behaviour that you describe as disgusting, and I agree with. No, it's totally unreasonable. And I'm paralleling precisely what you're doing, and you're asking why I'd find it offensive. Yeah? I can take it to an extreme to make it obvious, but you still don't get it. I know why, too. Because you are a wanker.
Weirdo, that's weird. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
I'm trying to say that when you make up shit about how people behave and then question why, if they don't behave that way, they might find it offensive. That's idiotic. That's why.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, well, why don't you just take back what you've made up about me, which is to say I disregard most evidence. It's not true. So why don't you just take it back, rather than constantly talking through every single word I say?
Oh, I didn't think I was doing that. Sorry.
Sorry for claiming that I disregard most evidence.
Okay, how is it insulting that I...
So you go back to asking me how it's insulting rather than just actually taking back the fact that you've made up a complete lie about me?
That's not a lie.
Oh, so you're going to evidence it with a hypothetical example and we'll go round in circle with you making the claim again? Even though it's absolutely untrue and demonstrated to be untrue. The standards that make it untrue have been explained it to you. You've given an example we've gone through with the standards we use to make it untrue. You now want to go around that circle again, do you, wanker?
I think you just confused the shit out of me. I think you just... I don't even know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about when it comes to evidence that I don't disregard out of hand like you claimed I do.
No, I'm saying if I gave... Okay. I don't really know if you care to find out...
You need to listen yourself.
Sorry, back to an ad hom. Don't know if you care to find out. Sounds like you're starting off with an ad hom.
About it, but if you don't really want to know...
So back to another ad hom, starting your sentence with an ad hom.
Like, it's going to...
Starting with an ad hom, then. You don't know if I'd care to find out. Maybe I'm too lazy.
I mean, I'm not going to... Like, I don't think you really care where I'm going with this shit.
No, I do. I very specifically care about the fact you've made up crap about my behaviour.
Sink Cleanser, you know, you could really easily stop him from telling you you're making up Sink Cleanser, Sink Cleanser.
My God.
You could really easily make him stop saying... Hold on a second, bro. You can really easily make him stop saying that you're making it up by providing an actual example of what you're talking about instead of something hypothetical. That's why he's pissed off.
And someone asked me to give a hypothetical, so I gave the fucking black sun. You know,
okay.
Like,
so let's
if you look at
disregard the hypothetical. Let's take it to an actual one.
Hypothetical.
Sasha, can I ask him the question, Sasha, please? I'm trying to get in here. Okay, Sink Cleanser, is there any actual example where we have been presented evidence that we have disregarded because of our high standards? Not hypothetical.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, of course.
Please present that. What is it? Name one.
I would say every evidence of the globe would be dismissed by you guys, right? That's just a fair kind of... You guys are flat Earth.
That's fair, rather than us taking apart what they claim based on inconsistencies with geometric measurements or logic. No, we just disregard globe claims because they're globe claims. Out of hand, we don't take them apart at all. It's not like we've got housekeeping questions that are unanswered based on our taking apart of the globe, based on semantics, words, their meanings, definitions, historics. No, we don't do any of that. We just disregard globe evidence, don't we, Sink Cleanser?
I didn't say you had good...
So that wouldn't be an example of us disregarding stuff because we just disregard stuff then? Not a good example.
You would disregard it because you have...
Because we take it apart based on evidentiary standards, as just detailed by me. So not an example of what you're claiming, which is just, we just disregard stuff. Evidence, yeah, we just disregard that. No, we pull it apart based on the standards I detailed to you about 5 times, Sink Cleanser. Wanker. Wanker.
Well, I don't know if you like the word disregard.
Wanker. You're a wanker.
I think
you're a
that
wanker.
you reject...
You're a little boy. You're a little boy. That's all you are.
You reject...
A pathetic little boy that should be at home tossing himself off. That's all you should be doing. Wanker. You understand what a wanker is? A masturbator. That's what you are.
Hey,
yeah,
Nathan,
that's all you're doing.
Listen, my God.
No, I don't want to listen to you anymore. I'm sick of you, actually, Sink Cleanser. You're a wanker. I don't like wankers. I prefer not to spend time in the company of wankers. They're irritating. You are irritating because you are a wanker.
Well, you just got high standards. That's all I'm
saying. Yeah, I just got high standards. Yeah, I just got high standards.
Can I say something?
We got a standard
argument, though.
True and false.
I'm not saying that's a bad
not an
thing,
argument for anything. You haven't provided anything that we can work
Why
with
is it
here,
an
bro.
insult to you guys that I say you guys have high standards? Like, I don't understand.
Bro, we take it as a fucking
Why do you
compliment.
guys
The
get so
point
pissed off
is,
when
you're
I
saying
say
we
you guys got
disregard
high
evidence
standards?
that, bro. The point is, you're saying we disregard evidence that we are presented with because of our high standards. I'm asking you repeatedly for an example of that, and you're not giving us squat.
No.
So it kind of sounds like you're just making shit up. Do you understand
Chocolate, dude, I don't know if you were here, but I literally gave the fucking Black Sun example.
That's not an example of something we have disregarded out of hand as an example that you can reference. You can't give us a date and a timestamp and a video where we just disregarded a Black Sun example out of hand. Even your own hypothetical example, we took through evidentiary standards.
No.
So that's not an example, you stupid wanker.
I said...
Even your hypothetical had us taken through the standards. We didn't get to the end because you didn't qualify what a black hole was. So just wanker at the end of that example. Even your hypothetical didn't example it.
Yeah, I said it was...
Hello? Just talk straight through the middle of me. Even your hypothetical wasn't an example of us just disregarding evidence. Even the hypothetical didn't meet that standard. Do you understand now, shithead? You failed to prove it even with a hypothetical example.
My main question was proof.
Don't tell me what your main bloody question was. You gave a hypothetical example of where we disregarded evidence, and even in the hypothetical example, we did not do that.
I said to you, Nathan, I said, the sun is a black fucking hole.
Yeah, we know what you said. And then we went through it to try and meet in Socratic terms what black hole meant. We didn't get that far. Yeah, in other words, we didn't disregard it because we didn't get to the end of the Socratic meeting of minds that was the definition of black hole. Not because I disregarded it, because you didn't define it. So I didn't disregard any evidence, even in your hypothetical example.
Well, okay, Nathan.
Well, wanker, you claim I disregard evidence, wanker. Well, why don't you just take that shit back rather than just sitting here whining us up all afternoon?
Okay, what I'm saying is that...
No, you're not going to take it back. You're just saying that and you're going to make the same shitty argument 5 more times. Yeah, we know. That's the behaviour of a wanker.
And
we know.
Axel is asking why we don't believe things that are false. When they're proven to be false...
No, I'm saying there's evidence
You
for
are.
everything.
They're false. They're false. When something is false, you no longer agree or hold it in any high regard. You then disregard it if it is false.
No, I said Nathan has high standards, and I gave him shitty evidence, and he rejected the shitty evidence because he has high standards.
No. So the high standards were the rejection claim? Well, no, those two things don't parallel. Having high standards and detailing why we have high standards, as opposed to just disregarding evidence.
So by that standard, should we lower our standards so that we can accept shitty evidence? What kind of argument are you making, bro?
Dude, that's what I'm saying right now. Okay, say...
Do you require medical assistance?
Chocolate is like the only one that seems to understand what I'm saying.
Going with this.
I'm not saying you have to lower your standards. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just
but you
saying
said
that
we have high standards,
I'm
and then
saying you can have evidence
I presented
for anything.
shitty evidence, and you didn't accept it because of your high standards. Well, what are we supposed to do? Lower them so that we can accept your shitty evidence?
Yeah.
That's what I hear
I'm
you
asking
saying,
you
bro.
where you get your high standards from.
Oh, and me detailing why we go through the Socratic method or the scientific method or the historic primary source research method. You just didn't listen to any of that, right?
No, I heard...
No, we know you didn't listen to a word of it. You just repeated your claim again to piss me off and make shitty claims about us and how we behave.
I have not made any claims about...
So you haven't claimed we disregard evidence?
No.
You haven't said nothing would be good enough? Nothing would ever meet a standard that we could accept because we disregard it, or you didn't say that?
Anything can be evidence. Literally anything. Literally anything can be evidence. Like, I don't...
Except anything
but
that
proof
you can
is something
provide.
very different.
No, sorry.
Proof is something you debate about, right?
Chocolate, hold on. Sing cleanser. Sing cleanser.
Like, how do you find proof?
Can you stop with the verbal diarrhea, please? Sorry, you said anything can be evidence. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need an affirmation when I'm in the middle of a thought. Thank you. Yeah. So what is
Well,
evidence? Can you do? Could you not talk through every breath? Thank you. Third attempt. So, can you define evidence for me, please?
Something that gives probable cause.
Incorrect. Citation, please. Everyone else, shut up.
I mean, that might not be the dictionary.
Citation, please. Sorry, I heard what you said.
That's my definition. You can't.
Sorry, I don't care what your definition is. I'm asking for a citation, shit for brains wanker.
You're asking me what I'm talking about.
Citation.
I'm telling you what I'm talking
about. I don't want you telling by a bonehead. I want you to cite what you claimed evidence meant.
Appeal to authority.
So maybe if you eat your mic. No, my friend, you just need to give me a citation for what you incorrectly asserted was evidence. You just don't know what evidence is. So while you're telling us that we disregard evidence, you don't even know what the word means.
No, I know what the...
Do you, fucktard?
Oh, my God.
You don't even know what the word evidence means.
That's why I fucking...
Hello? Just going to talk straight through the embarrassing position you find yourself in, claiming we disregard something you don't even know what it means? You don't know what evidence means.
Can you repeat back what I said? What did I say? I defined it. You asked me to define it. I fucking defined it. Repeat back what I said. You don't know what I said. Because I'm going to stick by what I said, and you're going to reject it. I'm still going to say it, though.
It's because you were wrong.
Okay, you don't know what I said. That's your problem. I'm still going to say it again. I'll say it 10 more times. I don't care.
Said some horse shit about probable cause. Don't try to play Ackham virus, you fucking numpty dipshit.
What is evidence? Something that has probable cause.
That's incorrect. Citation.
That's like the best.
No, we're beyond citation, please. We're at, you are thick as shit, claiming I disregard something, and you don't even know the thing you're claiming I disregard. You literally don't know the word and its meaning. Yet you claim I just disregard quote-unquote evidence. You don't know the meaning of the word shit for brains. How dare you claim I disregard anything, especially evidence? You don't even know what it is.
I literally defined it for you. I don't...
Sorry, you did not define evidence. You parroted off some shit you made up and then said that's my definition of it.
Huey's laughing.
Yet you said that's my definition of it? When you parroted off some shit that you made up?
I made that up.
Yeah, we know you made it up. You're a pretender clown wanker.
Well, either I parroted or I made it.
You are a wanker.
Indicated.
Wanker. Yeah, you didn't define evidence, yet you're claiming we disregard it. You don't know what it is. How do you know if we're disregarding it? You don't even know what it means.
You've been drinking, Sinclair?
Sorry, do we disregard things that you make up? Because you just made that up. You made it clear you made up what evidence is. So we disregard shit you make up, do we, wanker?
You haven't defined...
Don't tell me what I haven't defined. You're the one claiming I disregard, quote, evidence. You don't even know what the word means, bonehead.
Why don't you...
Sorry, do I need to when I'm claiming you disregard, quote, evidence? Do I claim you disregard, quote, evidence? Or is that your claim, therefore you would be the one to define what you claim I am disregarding? That would be evidence, in your words, from your mouth, when you make the claim.
You rejected my definition.
Sorry, don't eat your mic, shit for brains. Just because you're having an arse beating and being demonstrated as a moron who doesn't understand the words he's using doesn't mean you need to eat your microphone.
That's...
Yeah, it means you don't need to eat your microphone.
Sorry.
Yeah, you be sorry, you stupid fucking retard. You are claiming that I disregard a word that you don't even know the meaning of.
No, Nate, why don't you...
Why don't you stutter for me, you stupid spastic? Yeah, you've just been humiliated. Yeah, don't go around claiming I disregard things, especially things that you don't even know the meaning of. Do I make myself clear, shit for brains?
Nathan, you're the best.
Do I make myself clear, shit for brains? Retard, who doesn't understand the meaning of the word evidence, even though he's going around claiming I disregard it? Do I make myself clear? Don't continue to be a wanker bonehead thicko around me. It's just embarrassing, Sinclair. Do you hear me, you stupid retard? You're an embarrassment. Now go away and masturbate. That's all you're good for. Because you haven't got any intellectual prowess, you haven't got any good points to make here, and the claims you're making about me falsely, you don't even know the meaning of. So what should you be doing, wanker?
Jerking off.
Yeah, you should be jerking off somewhere else, wanker. Not here claiming I disregard evidence, a word you don't know the meaning of.
I
okay?
defined it. You never.
Yeah, you don't know what it means. Shit for brains.
When I define.
You're a shit for brains, Sin Cleanser.
I might be.
You're a shit for brains, retard, who doesn't understand the weird words and their meanings.
But you never defined.
Sorry, stuttering idiot. I don't need to define it. You're the one claiming it. I just made that clear. But because you're retarded, you didn't understand.
I might be.
That's another definition of evidence.
Oh, really? Another definition? Surely there's only one. What, another definition? So how many things do I disregard, Sin Cleanser, you stupid shithead? Gonna make up something else I disregard and call that evidence? Yeah, you don't belong here, pretender clown retard. Do you understand me, Sin Cleanser? You don't belong here. Too stupid to take part in these discussions. You understand, chuckling fun boy? Too thick?
You need to stop trying to blabber your way out of it and just find some humility.
Don't tell Arwen to shut up. You haven't got 1 ounce the intelligence that Arwen has. How dare you tell him to shut up? You are stupid. You are possibly the most stupid person here currently.
Well, you're just spiraling.
Sorry, do you want to talk in any more hushed tones, stupid boy? Why are you here? You don't deserve to be here, Sin Cleanser. You're too stupid.
You a fucking question.
Don't swear at me either, you belligerent little prick. I've made it clear where you should be and what you should be doing. It isn't talking to us. You are too stupid.
He makes up a definition for a word and it actually professes to do that. Are your standards low enough that you accept somebody's made-up definition of a word?
Well, chocolate, dude. I mean, that's what I'm asking. I'm like...
Just asking about whether or not I can make up words and then sound like I'm deserving of being in this conversation. Like I'm intelligent. Like I understand the methodology I'm claiming you disregard as evidence. Even though I don't know what that word means. That's just what I'm talking about, dude.
Let it happen, bro. Let it
happen, bro. You sound like a retard. And that is exactly what you are. Mentally retarded.
You're like...
You aren't smart enough to be here, Sin Cleanser.
I'm not...
You're not stuttering like a wanker. Yeah, you are. And you are most certainly not intelligent enough to be here. How does it feel having a strip torn off you, you pathetic little prick? You want to tell me I disregard evidence again, you pathetic little moron? Is it fun having me tear a strip off your dumbass?
Emotional.
Nathan,
stuttering little bitch. Is it fun having me tear a strip off you? You stupid little boy. Do you feel smart, Sin Cleanser?
You don't even want to talk with me right now.
So do you feel smart, Sin Cleanser?
Go jerk off.
Shere Khan, shut up.
I feel smart all the time.
Well, you're not. You've been demonstrated to be fundamentally retarded. You don't know the definition of the words you are claiming I just disregard out of hand. Yet you don't even know the words of meanings that you are claiming, my friend.
Nathan, I got a question for you.
You couldn't define evidence.
Sorry, I didn't claim it. I don't need to. But you're too stupid to understand the burden of proof here. You made a claim about something I disregard. That would be evidence. Now you think I need to define it? Yet again, another demonstration of why you're not smart enough to be here, Sin Cleanser.
You're not going to...
You're not going to define it. You're going to, again, example why you're not smart enough to be here. No, I don't need to define something you're claiming. That would be evidence. You're the one claiming it. The burden is on you. Another example of why you are too stupid to be here, Sin Cleanser. Do you feel smart? Because you're exampling over and over again why you are not smart enough to be here. Do you want to tell me I should define it again?
I'm just going to say you never defined it.
I don't need to, you stupid retard. Again, for the 3rd time in a row, you made the claim. It's your word. It would be you that defines that word when you made the claim, not me. But you think that because I haven't defined it somehow that's a winner. No, it's the demonstration of precisely why you are not smart enough to be here.
You're just a hater, and you have high standards.
I'm just ignorant. It's just too high standards, dude. Again. It's too high standards. Yeah, no. No, me tearing a strip off a complete thicko. Do you want to tell me again that I should be the one to define what evidence is? Given that I'm not the one making a claim about it there, Sinclair? You stupid retard not smart enough to be here, who doesn't understand burdens of proof.
Like, okay, so what is...
Like, okay, bro, maybe I don't understand burdens of proof, but I'm definitely smart enough to be here when I make up words and can't define them. Definitely smart enough to be here, aren't you, Sinclair? You stupid fucking retard.
Nathan, you outclassed me.
You're a fucking retard, Sinclair. I hope you understand when you leave here today that you are stupid and that I've demonstrated that unequivocally. Now, I didn't need to, but the fact that I asked you on 5 separate occasions to take back the crap you made up about me for a laugh, just to get a rise out of me, has resulted in me tearing a strip off your dumb ass and making it plain to everybody watching just how stupid you are, Sinclair. You are stupid. That has been demonstrated. You don't have to like it. But you are thick and definitely not smart enough to be taking part in conversations on this forum.
I love you, Nathan.
Yeah, I love me too. That's because I understand burdens of proof, standards of historic evidence, primary source research, the scientific method. I don't just disregard evidence. I also know what evidence is. No need for me to define it. I'm not making a claim with it. You couldn't. You're thick.
You didn't.
I don't need to. Again, you still think I do need to because you are stupid. Continuously demonstrating why you're too stupid to be here. Ask me again to define what evidence is. Shit for brains. Go on.
I'm a retard.
Go on. Yeah, we know you're a retard. I've demonstrated it. You don't seem to be laughing much anymore, Sinclair. Did it amuse you making shit up about what I don't do?
Okay.
Yeah, funny, huh? Much more funny when I'm demonstrating how stupid you are.
You're not...
I'm laughing now, aren't I? Isn't it funny how stupid Sinclair is? How people with the brass balls on them to come and claim a behaviour I don't exhibit get demonstrated to be utterly stupid. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, very funny.
Well, you demonstrate to ignore evidence for...
See, back to the shitty baseless claim. That's the last time. Kick him out.
No, that's a white knight. That's not Sinclair.
He's muted for right now. Shen Chaos. Say that last claim again.
What do you want?
You said I disregard evidence.
You just said.
I asked what did you want?
So Nathan, Mr. Shen Chaos, Mr. Shen Chaos on the back. Now shut up, since you're not saying anything.
All right, you don't gotta talk to me like that.
Yeah, please. Yes I do.
Yeah, another wanker. Yeah, he does have to talk to you like that because you're a wanker.
So Shen Chaos, right on the back of Sin Cleanser, said you disregard evidence of the ether, Nathan.
What's ether?
Correct.
Oh, you unmuted me now? Okay.
What's ether?
What are you talking about? What's ether?
What? Sorry, I disregarded evidence of it. I've just asked what it is. We haven't even defined what it is, but apparently I've rejected it. What is it? For me to have rejected it, what is it?
It's ether.
You stuttering fuckwit! No, I don't. You just can't even define it. Do you want to tell me again I disregard evidence of ether, you stuttering little twat? You can't even define it. Now I'm going to tear a strip off you, retard. Someone who can't even define the thing I'm apparently rejecting says I reject something he can't define and has stuttered twice when asked to do so.
You need to understand what a field is.
A field? Like, with trees growing in it?
Say that again? Yeah.
With trees growing. I know what a field is. Trees growing it.
No, not that kind of field. An energy field.
Sorry, my understanding so far was that ether exists in counter space. So that's not energy. There is no energy in counter space. It's non-existent. What the fuck makes you think... Shut up, stupid retard. going to tear a strip off your dumbass.
I mean,
based on my limited understanding of ether, I'm going to tear you a fucking new one. Sit down, shut the fuck up. Excuse me, counter space, energy field. How can there be an energy field in a non-existent space?
Have you ever looked at a...
Don't ask me a fucking question. Explain how you've got an energy field in counter space.
Well, if I explain it, you're not going to understand.
You're not explaining it. You're asking me what I'll do if you do. So do you want to explain how you've got an energy field in counter space?
I mean, define a field.
You're the one claiming it. So what do you know? We've got another pretender clown who says field and then thinks I'm going to be the one to define it. Oh, another person. Definitely not smart enough to be here. Did I say field?
What version?
Sorry, stuttering idiot. Did I say field?
You did say...
Did I say field?
You said it again, yeah.
What, clarifying your claim of a field? And when asked if I knew what a field was, I said it would have trees in it. So I'm claiming field.
You mentioned counter space. So
yes.
I said yeah.
Yeah, so my question... Sorry, yeah, we're back on my question. I'd like to repeat it so I know you understand my question. Given that you've just described ether as an energy field, how could it be an energy field if it exists in counter space?
Well, that's a red herring.
No, I had ether defined to me. It included counter space.
Counter space. You say counter space.
No, that was part of the definition of ether based on my very limited research.
Ether.
Sorry, are you now denying that counter space has anything to do with ether?
Counter space. Define counter space, mate.
Sorry, that was what ether was defined as in the definition.
Not my claim. Not my claim. That's a red herring. You're strawmanning me. Go ahead.
Okay, show me the energy field.
Which version? Do you want the one?
Sorry, which version? Just show it me.
I didn't hear what you said.
Show me the energy field you just claimed ether is.
Okay, do you have a magnet and a...
That would be a magnetic field.
Okay, well...
Sorry, do you not understand that we're defining ether? Are you aspastic? I'm not talking about magnets. You're claiming ether. You've said I've disregarded evidence. Now you're asking me to look at a magnet. No. Ether is, according to you, an energy field. I'm not going to be looking at a magnet because that's a magnetic field, not an ether field.
See, this is the high standard.
Sorry, show me the energy field.
Do not insult Nathan that way, Neil. He does not have high standards, okay?
Excuse me, you've just claimed energy field. Show it me.
All around you. You're in it.
So it's begging the question fallacy. Begging the question. Begging the question.
Are you
Don't stutter a question through my response. Shut up! Can someone shut him up? Someone mute him. Cunt. You've just said energy field. I've asked you to show it me. You've not done so. You've started launching into questions of me. I just want you to show me the thing you've claimed. Simple. Go.
You want me to show you an energy field? Is that correct?
You having a fucking laugh? Yes.
No.
Show it me.
Oh, okay. Get a magnet with a parachute.
That's a magnetic field. We've already covered this.
It's also...
Don't stutter. We've covered this twice. Magnetic fields aren't ether fields, and magnetic fields, further to what you said earlier, don't exist everywhere.
Perturbation. It's a perturbation of it.
That's a magnetic field.
It's also an energy field.
And that's ether. So what you're saying, in essence, is magnetic fields are ether.
So, yes.
So magnetic fields are ether. No, magnetic fields are magnetic fields.
Magnetic fields
are magnetic fields, that's right. That's not ether. It's already defined and utilised. There are technicians with jobs, electromagnetic technicians, that work with those principles. They are not ether technicians.
Nathan, can you show me a...
Why are you asking me something? I'm yet to be shown ether. It's not a magnetic field. So, is this me rejecting an evidentiary standard that's been really high, by the way? I've been asking for an ether field, that apparently it is, after not defining what ether actually is. Now I'm being handed something else. Magnetic fields. Why am I being given something else?
Because in order to have that, you need to have something around it, ether.
That's begging the question.
Okay.
Not okay, a logical fallacy. So is this me disregarding evidence, or is it meeting a point where you have to employ a logical fallacy, aka begging the question? Is that me just disregarding evidence of ether, or you begging the fucking question?
Of evidence.
It'd be you begging the fucking question. I'm not disregarding evidence. You are begging the question.
Sure.
Sure? So where'd you get off telling me that I just disregard evidence when I actually pointed out a logical fallacy you used? That's not me disregarding evidence. It's you using fallacy.
Toroidal field from a magnet.
Why is he talking straight through the top of me? So me pointing out that I'm not rejecting evidence, he's actually using a logical fallacy, that's not getting listened to. He's just talking straight through the top of me.
Disregarding my...
Yeah, just disregarding everything I say by talking straight through the top of me. Time to kick this asshole out. Kick him out. Kick him out. He's not listening anymore. It's not a conversation. Yeah, now you go on mute, do you? Yeah. You suggesting that I disregard evidence, Shere Khan, isn't me reaching a point where you use logical fallacy.
You said my name wrong. Yeah, you said my name wrong.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb shit. I did not disregard evidence. You used a fallacy. You begged the question. How dare you accuse me of disregarding evidence? You didn't have any.
Well, my evidence...
was a logical fallacy. Begging the question. Magnetic field can only exist because of your assumption of the very thing you're trying to prove. Ether. Yeah, that's begging the question, you stupid moron.
Okay, let's see.
Not okay. Not evidence, a logical fallacy. You said I disregarded evidence of ether. You haven't given me evidence, you begged the question.
Why do magnets have...
Why are you asking me about magnets? So you can beg the question of ether again, having ignored me and talked through it?
It's my evidence.
It's not evidence. You just talked through me pointing out that it's begging the question, suggesting that the magnetic field... not an energy field that's not ether, but a magnetic field only exists because of your presupposition that ether must exist for the magnetic field to exist. That is circular reasoning.
Nathan, he's trolling you.
Why
he's wasting your time.
No, he's not trolling. They actually believe in ether. Synclenser's build-up to this was for the same reason. He says he's trolling, but deep down he wants to prove me wrong like the Globers do with trolling because he can't get around his shit claims of ether. That's the reality.
That's correct,
South Pole has a blue shift. There you go. Why?
Sorry, you asking me something? Burden of proof reversal fallacy. You talk straight through the reply. Talk straight through the reply. I am replying. You aren't allowing a response. So, you have just begged the question again.
I'm muted, so... No, I'm asking why does a magnet, the north side, have a red shift and the south side have a blue shift?
Okay. That's known as a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Try not to interrupt my explanation. Of course, within my asking him to not interrupt, he's interrupting me asking him not to. Of course. Yeah, can you not interrupt when I point out a burden of proof reversal fallacy that you've used? I'm not making claims about magnets. I'm not making claims about polarity. I'm not making claims about ether fields or energy fields. So there is absolutely no reason whatsoever for me to answer your question about magnetic fields. Meanwhile, Mr. I'm too stupid to really be taking part in this conversation, you are making the claim. Therefore, it's down to you to define those terms and for us to pull them apart. It's down for you to present evidence of your claim, not me. What you've done is charged me by way of a question about something you've premised, me to prove it, or me to justify it, or me to define it. I won't be doing any of those things. They're not my claim, but we will be charging you with proving them. So far, you've made one attempt and begged the question. Assume the thing you're trying to prove. That's what we're at. I haven't disregarded any evidence so far, by the way, your original claim that QE pulled you on. You've only offered fallacy so far. 2 attempts. No disregarding of evidence by me, logical fallacy by you. Okay? You may continue.
All right, where did I leave off?
I don't know, begging the question of ether, not showing us an ether field, describing a magnetic field as a begging the question fallacy of ether being needed for it to exist. Good enough summary? Jogged your mind enough?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Wow.
No, like I was saying, you know, like with the light spectrum on a magnet, on the north side it has a red shift, and on the south side it has a blue shift. You know, I'm kind of wondering why that would happen. Why that there would even be light within the field, within its energy field like that. So I think that would lead to some
No, I totally understand now. No,
hypothesis.
I was unreasonable. Occasionally, when I'm running my show, my clock speed on my CPU goes from 800 to 4,500. It does it at various different intermittent points in the show. It's very technological. You understand clock speeds and stuff in CPUs? Just so you know, therefore ether.
Sounds plausible.
Okay, but electrical energy is a little bit different.
It's electrical energy, though, isn't it? It's not ether energy, though, is it? It's electrical energy, very well defined. Like when I said about clock speeds and CPU speeds, they're very well defined ether. Well, they're also not ether.
Well, maybe because...
No, definitely. When I say clock speeds, they're clock speeds. When you say energy and electricity, they're energy and electricity. Same with magnetism.
That's actually a good point, because when you do get a new computer or any computer parts, they're wrapped in anti-static plastic, right? Also, all the wires that you plug into your computer, the energy is not only within the copper wires, but also surrounding the copper wires on the outside.
Says who? How can you measure that? Have you got a voltage? How do you measure?
It's called
what's the outside of the cable measured in?
An EMF reader as well, if you understand that.
What does that stand for?
Skin effect.
What's that stand for? Yeah, skin effect. Yeah, what does that stand for?
Electromagnetic frequency.
Yes, EMF.
Yeah, electromagnetic frequency.
So not fucking ether then.
But it's a
maybe if you beg the question, it'll be ether.
I don't have to beg the question because the field's on the outside. You
it's not ether. Stop. Sorry. You don't. Sorry. Stop.
What is it then?
Sorry. Burden of proof, reversal fallacy. Much? Did we not just go through?
I don't understand.
Do you want to stop? I'm trying to respond to you. Not allowing me to respond. It seems talking straight through the middle of the response. It seems you asked a question and you rumpus the reply. You asked me a question. Yeah, that would be a burden of proof reversal fallacy to ask me about those EMF, electromagnetic fields. They're not ether. Then you said you're not begging the question. Okay. Well, if you're not begging the question, EM fields are EM fields. They're not fucking ether.
Okay, then why...
Back to the burden of proof reversal fallacy. You're about to ask me. Sorry, about to ask me something. So you're going to attempt to reverse the burden of proof again?
that there's no correlation to the ether.
Sorry, what ether? You haven't defined it. It's not EM fields yet. We're going to be begging the question of ether again. I thought you just said you weren't begging the question.
And tell me why I'm wrong.
So I'm not going to have the burden of proof reversal fallacy used on me either.
Why can I measure?
Why are you keeping reversing the burden of proof?
Magnets, okay.
So magnets are magnets. That's EM fields. That's not ether.
Oh, why is there counter?
Why are you reversing the burden of proof continually?
Visible geometric counter space.
So a counter space?
Hello?
Sorry, the guy earlier said counter space. Sorry.
Yeah. If you ever look at a magnet on your shield, you'd see it. You would see the counter space within it. It's almost like a black hole, Nathan. Wow.
Why are you rumpusing the shit out of me with this counter space guy? The guy before you said wrong.
Because you're telling me I'm wrong, and you're not even...
You're not allowing me to respond.
You can see, again...
While I'm telling you how you're wrong, you're telling me that I'm telling you that you're wrong rather than letting me tell you.
Looking at the surface
You're just not going to shut up. Mute him. Wanker. Wanker behaviour. Yeah, that's right. Wanker.
Field.
Verbal diarrhea, wanker behaviour. Gotta be muted. So's Arwin, probably. So you're back to begging the question continually, reversing the burden of proof continually. At this stage, yet to have disregarded any evidence, just pointed out a barrage, a continual barrage of logical fallacies followed up by a heavy dose of rumpusing. So every time I try and get in between his verbal diarrhea to point out that, yeah, that would be begging the question again, the thing you've said you're not going to do, having ignored and rumpus me pointing out what it is and how you've done it. And then you're going to ask me why you've got redshift on EM fields. I'm not claiming it, that's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You just won't shut the fuck up long enough for me to pull apart your shit. Just one more time. Just one more time. Haven't disregarded any evidence.
You don't understand how...
Now he's ad-homming me straight through the top of me while I point out the conclusion, like with the last guy, haven't disregarded any evidence, pulled apart logical fallacy.
And you don't even know the full...
Now he's ad-homming me continually. Another ad-hom fallacy? You don't understand.
Welcome to Flat Earth. That's ignorance.
Another ad-hom?
Jesus. 4 more hours.
So verbal diarrhea not going to be met with any response or any acknowledgement. More verbal diarrhea.
I'm laughing.
Yeah, just going to be met with more total verbal diarrhea, of course. I've slipped in between every fallacy you've used and pointed it out. You haven't acknowledged a single one of my rebuttals. Not one.
Well, I tried to, but you're too ignorant to even...
Yeah, no, that's an ad hominem fallacy. You tried to. No, you didn't. You rumpused me. No, you didn't. When I pointed out that you reversed the burden of proof, you ignored me. No, you didn't. When I pointed out that you begged the question, you told me that you wouldn't beg the question and then immediately assumed that EM fields relied on ether, begging the question.
Nathan, you're...
Yeah, don't stutter my name, bitch. Acknowledge one of my rebuttals. Just one. Rather than giving me the verbal diarrhea through the top of every response, ignoring them and moving on.
All right, which one do you want me to tackle first?
You assuming that EM fields rely on the very thing you're trying to prove. That would be the ether. That's begging the question. That's a fallacy.
Okay, well, it's not. Electromagnetic fields.
Sorry, no. Don't launch into what electromagnetic fields are. Tell me how I and my description of your fallacy of assuming the principle of the thing you're trying to prove in the premise you lay out in EM fields relying on ether, that's the thing you're trying to prove. Circular reasoning, aka begging the question, isn't an invitation to you launching into EM fields again. It's me pointing out your fallacy and offering you an opportunity to point out how my pointing out your fallacy is wrong. Not a yet another do-si-do round the jerk Wankerville of EM fields with a begging the question of ether.
In Wankerville, is there a bunch of semen?
Yeah, fuck you. You're begging the question, moron. You're not intelligent enough to be here. You keep using fallacy and telling me that I've got to answer questions about your claim. I don't. Further to that, when you assume ether is part of an electromagnetic field, you are fundamentally assuming the thing you're trying to prove.
There's something else too.
It's the easiest way to explain it. Sorry, John, go ahead.
The easiest way to explain it is to just automatically assume that EM fields are dependent on ether. AKA, the easiest way to prove it in your mind is to assume it.
Well, no, you were questioning what counter space was and everything. And if you look at a magnet underneath a ferroshield, you can actually see counter space within a magnet. So to understand it a little further without me fully explaining it to you, if you're a visual learner, that's another good way to see it and understand it.
Counter space is something that you cannot see or experience.
Well, yes, you can.
You stuttering fuckwit. I am tired of this shit, right? I've had 2 days lessons on ether, and I already know that counter space isn't somewhere that exists. You're telling me I can see it.
No, he was talking about an effect he saw in a magnetic field.
Yeah.
Sounds like a magnetic field.
It's an energy field. It has magnetic properties.
So not ether then. So now we're going to launch into talking about what EM fields are again. Yeah, unless you beg the question that this is dependent on ether, that would be circular reasoning, assuming the premise of the thing you're trying to prove being dependent on EM fields, aka begging the question.
They're different, but electromagnetic fields.
Yeah, it's just going to do it again. Kick him out. I'm tired of this shit. Tired of it. Every time I point out his logical fallacy, I get rumpus by my own side. Nobody acknowledges the rebuttal to his point. Nobody. You've had a rebuttal. We heard your EM field shit multiple times. The rebuttal is begging the question fallacy. Not one acknowledgement. Zero. Hello? You've had a rebuttal to your EM fields.
Oh, you want me to rebut it? What?
No, I have rebutted it by pointing out it's a fallacy. Are you just stupid? I'm tired. You're stupid.
Hold on. What about
thick people annoy me so much.
Magnetic field.
You're thick.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that you've assumed the premise of the thing you're trying to prove. That would be ether. Begging the question, circular reasoning. That's about the 12th time I've pointed it out. You're just too fucking thick.
Here, I actually have a handful of ether. If you could see it, I have it. Here you go.
What a crap rebuttal. No, you do not.
I mean, is that really what you got at this point?
Can you
bro?
define a magnetic field, Nathan?
Because that's ether. Burden of proof, reversal fallacy, use number 12.
Explain.
So can I define the thing you're claiming if you beg the question of ether? No, I won't be doing that because I'm not claiming ether is a magnetic field when I beg the question. So no, I definitely won't be doing that. Will you claim that I'm rejecting your begging the question fallacy because it's actually evidence?
If you can't explain what you're...
Oh, well, if I won't tolerate your burden of proof reversal fallacy, you win. Fucking retard.
You're just getting triggered.
Fucking retard. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy, you fucking retard. If I can't define it, no. Fucking burden of proof reversal fallacy using Muppet. You're just thick.
I mean, you're so smart.
Stuttering bitch. You're using a burden of proof reversal fallacy and telling me what I can't define. I won't be defining anything. I'm not claiming ether. I'm not claiming its magnetic fields when I assume ether. Circular reasoning. No, I won't be defining jack. It's not my claim, thicko.
Oh, see. Come on, fucker. Let's go.
I'm not going to be defining anything. You just
Fucking
don't listen.
hypocrites, dude.
Yeah, you're not going to define anything because you...
Because I'm not claiming it, you stupid retard.
Well, you're...
Okay, let's just reverse it for him so he understands it. If I claim unicorns are real and tell you that if you can't define them, then they're obviously real, you're just disregarding evidence. So I say the clouds in the sky are only there because they've come to pass because of the unicorns. It's the gas they emit.
So are
now,
you
do you
saying
deny
that
clouds?
fields don't
Mister, I'm
exist?
going to talk through the example that I'm literally attempting to educate you with. No fucking chance. What a joke. I'm trying to explain, in the most dumbed-down terms I know, how and what a begging the question fallacy is, with a comparison. And you're going to talk through me? The fuck? Trying to educate your dumbass. Would you rather I spend the next half an hour tearing a strip off you? Or do you want me to explain that which you cannot refute? My rebuttal that you're begging the question. Do you want me to explain it? And how burden-of-proof reversal fallacy works in this instance? Or not?
Okay. Well, give it to me on this side, yeah?
Right, I'm trying, but you keep talking through me.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, thank you.
So if I beg the question of unicorns and then assume that the unicorns are the result of the clouds, equivalent to EM fields, clouds being EM fields,
Rick,
unicorns being ether.
Where's my block?
Why the fuck are you talking? That's it. Last chance. There is zero chance of educating retards. Some people are beyond help. He doesn't understand the rebuttal is at. He doesn't understand what begging the question is. I'm trying to give him an example that incorporates reversal of burden of proof. Again, standards of proof he doesn't understand either. This is hopeless. All you're going to do is talk through me every single time, aren't you?
Yeah, I had to mute them. There was too much noise coming through their mics. I'm going to try to unmute them again. Who do you want? Die Slow? He came in after Shen. Which one you want?
Shen.
Shen, you got some serious background noise coming through your mic.
Yeah, I'm at work.
All right, go ahead.
I'm trying to detail how a burden of proof reversal fallacy works, which is to say that if I assume something I'm trying to prove, that would be unicorns, and then utilise something like the clouds and say that they're only there because of the unicorns I'm assuming, therefore unicorns, that's a comparison, i.e. you've got unicorns as ether and the clouds as EM fields. I'm saying, well, are you going to deny clouds? Because I assume they're caused by unicorns. And then I say, well, if you can't define what gaseous excretions from unicorns are, then unicorns are proven, you can't disprove them. I'm going to now charge you with proving and defining unicorn excretions. Go.
That's exactly what you're doing, Shen.
I'm not hearing you define them. Because obviously you're claiming them, aren't you? Like you're charging me with making claims and definitions for EM fields, right? You're claiming the unicorns, so you better be defining them. Go.
Yep.
What were unicorns again?
Something you'll be defining, and if you don't, I win. Unicorns real. Go. Define them. If you can't, I win.
Well, define a unicorn first.
You will be defining it.
That's what he's asking you.
You define it. Can't you do it? Don't you know?
Unicorn.
Don't you know? Do you deny clouds?
Well,
do you not understand how clouds and unicorns are automatic? Can't you even define it, given it's your claim?
All right. What's a cloud then?
Don't you realise you just done the same thing to Nathan?
It's too stupid. No, even when I juxtapose it by comparison, he still doesn't understand the fallacy he's committed. He's too stupid. Now he's actually buying into my version of the example fallacy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nathan. Somebody asked me a question and I was answering it.
No, it was a hypothetical example. It didn't need an answer, you stupid retard. I wasn't actually asking you to define unicorns. Oh my God, how stupid are you?
Yeah, he didn't get the analogy, Nathan.
No, I realise. Even when I attempted to give it him by analogy, he actually thought I was asking him to define it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you guys didn't use a globe begging the question analogy, though.
Well,
he'd got
his was good enough. Nathan's was perfect analogy. Let's ask him if he understood the analogy. Shen, did you understand Nathan's analogy?
Of course I fucking understood it, you numpty.
Then why did... If I'm a numpty, you're fucking Helen Keller.
Actually, my last name is...
Okay. No, he understands it fine. Let's just progress the conversation. Fine. So you understand now. Good, great. So why do you keep asking me to describe how redshift in EM fields operates? Why do you keep charging me with doing that then, given it's your fucking claim?
What are you talking? I didn't charge you with...
You didn't keep asking me how they work.
That wasn't me.
You didn't keep doing that. You didn't keep constantly asking me how that works.
Well,
You stuttering lying fucker. Yeah, this is why I hate you. You're a wanker. Because you did absolutely do that, but you're a cunt. So you're just going to deny it now. Yeah, that's absolutely what you did.
No, I told you that.
Yeah, that's what you did.
EMF.
Yeah, you keep asking me, wow, I'm going to describe it. Yeah.
They're very different. They're very different.
Now we're back into the discussion. So the analogy's going to be moved past because he doesn't understand it. Back into the discussion again. No, I'm not trying to attempt to debate EM fields with you. Trying to juxtapose, by example, how a burden of proof reversal with begging the question fallacy works. But you're not going to acknowledge it because you're too stupid. Don't understand it. You think it's an invitation to launch into the debate again. Even though the debate's been concluded, you used a logical fallacy. You also reversed the burden of proof after you used the fallacy and it was pointed out. You're continuing to do so, even though you've been given an example of how you've done it. You're stupid.
He didn't understand the analogy, Nathan, is the problem.
Yep, too thick. I dumbed it down as much as I could. I used clouds and unicorns. How much more dumbed down could I make it? Seriously.
He swore he understood it.
No, you can't. So, Shen, got you on mute now just to calm it down a little bit. All right? His analogy with the clouds and the unicorns, the clouds, and he already defined these for you, was your EM field, and the unicorns was the ether. Okay? That is the analogy. Okay, you got it?
Yeah, I'm not doing this anymore.
It's just an analogy, and he explained what you were doing, and you were doing it exactly how he explained it. You want to do it again?
Well, not really, because you guys disregarded my evidence.
Yeah, what a wanker.
Oh, here we go.
So straight back into the original assertion that we've pulled apart, demonstrated to be incorrect, utilised various different standards to pull apart, drawn the argument out to the point where he uses a logical fallacy that he doesn't understand. Once it's explained and he doesn't understand it, he's then used a further fallacy. That would be reversal of burden of proof. Both have been explained to him. And the conclusion from him is, I don't want to get into this. What, the embarrassing truth of your fallacy use? Yeah, we know. You've got absolutely zero humility. You're not going to get into how stupid you are. You're not going to acknowledge. That's why you're stupid. Because when people explain things to you, your attitude is, I'm not going to get into, what, a better understanding of how a fallacy works, when it's dumbed down just for your benefit. No, you don't want to get into being educated, do you, dumb fuck?
Well, he said we reject his evidence.
Shen, what he's trying to say is, with your argument, he identified a logical fallacy in your argument. There is no more rebuttal after that. As soon as he identifies the fallacy and shows how you're using it, that is the rebuttal. You got it? Yes?
Nope.
Nope.
There you go.
They have strong feelings.
Wait. So that's not the point when you switch up your strategy and not use something fallacious. I don't understand. Why would you say nope?
Unless Geisler, do you want to take over now, or because I know you wanted to say something.
I did want to finish. So it's just I mean, it's just another day, another lesson learned.
Isn't even a real thing.
Shen, can you not hear Eli talking?
It's just another day, and it's actually depressing and unfortunate for some of us that we're sitting here having the conversation with flat earthers who, for feelings, will beg the question no matter what. That's exactly what the globe is in a nutshell, the begging the question fallacy. Every time someone tries to prove it, that's the first thing they do. And you're going to do that fallacy of all fallacies, and one by one you guys keep coming in here and, you know, whatever I thought, whatever I wanted to hear out is like, it's all icky now, because it's like you guys are no different than anybody else who uses logical fallacies instead of taking correction. It's ridiculous.
So ether is everything that's defined already as something else. They ascribe it to ether. I got it.
Yes, ether is the ethereal cause of everything. It's the one thing you can't actually very manipulate, and it causes all these things. That's what they think.
Well, when Sin Cleanser said probabilistic cause,
Child,
that's pretty much the definition of a presupposition.
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
That's what I asked him, dude. He said it's what'd you say? It's yeah, I just got it. What did you call it?
Sorry, guys, that was background noise from Dice Law. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was just saying that a probabilistic cause is almost the exact same thing as a presupposition. That's, where you use math to try to determine the cause.
Yeah, you can't do that. Probabilistic cause is a married bachelor. You're using induction. Probabilistic means correlation, and correlation is not causation. So that's a whole train wreck in and of itself.
Yes, sir.
Back to the discussion. Obviously, Nathan, I liked the analogy. I thought it was straightforward. He didn't get it, and that's what. Then it circled the drain for the 46th time.
Yeah, the frustration from my perspective is you're trying to explain to somebody how and why something's incorrect, and when all they can do is parrot the claim through the top of you repeatedly because it's embarrassing to hear how they're wrong, that gets tiresome. Now, not only does that not help the audience because they don't get to bloody hear it, it doesn't help the person making the claim. So what they're saying is, I am content in my ignorance, and I'm going to stick my fingers in my ears and say la 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 when I hear anything that is contrary to my pie in the sky, begging the question claim of ether. Not going to hear anything. Not going to allow you. And further to that, I'm going to go around telling people that you just disregard all the evidence of ether. The fucking evidence? What? What evidence? I haven't been presented with any. Ever. To disregard. But yet there's wankers out there telling people I disregard evidence. No. Don't simultaneously tell me how high my standards are while you're going around blissfully telling people how I disregard your shitty evidence for ether. That's actually logical fallacy. When you don't even understand what evidence is and how your fallacy's formulated in the face of me explaining it to you. Yeah, just dumb fucks. Get lost. Go and live in La La Land and believe in ether. Ask me about how much belief I need to ascribe to. That was the first question I was asked. About my belief level in it. I fucking need to believe this shit from you fucking idiots.
Nathan, you don't even understand magnetism.
Don't fucking ad hom me, you stupid boneheaded retard. You are the dumbest fuck here. You don't know what you're talking about. You've been duped. Yet again, the reason you don't want to concede any of this is because it shows that you've been duped again. Yeah? Out of the frying pan straight into the fire. And I'm pointing out how you've been duped, you dumb shit. Now, you can sit there thinking, no, I'm definitely not stupid enough to believe something that's totally not true, like ether. I'll just tell everyone that Nathan disregards evidence instead and ad hom the fuck out of him when he points out how fallacious this shit is. No, my friend, your belief level has been exploited. And you know why? Because you're stupid. So stupid people get exploited frequently. And they are instilled with beliefs that they can't back with evidence, just fallacy.
Yeah, there is evidence, you're just ignoring it.
Yeah, back to the same basis assertion of ad hominem fallacy. No, I don't disregard evidence. You've tried to present what you believe is evidence, even though you don't know the meaning of the word. And what I have done is pointed out your use of logical fallacy. You've ignored it and rumpused it, and then your pride's got in the way when it's come to a bit of education in terms of formulation of decent logic, which you do not have. You've just got a begging the question fallacy. Unfortunately, it's just going to be this, isn't it? Talking straight through the top of me. That's what we're actually going to get, ladies and gentlemen. Not somebody coherent, not somebody intelligent, somebody that talks straight through the top of an explanation of how they're incorrect.
Yeah, because you're fucking ignorant.
Yeah, because you're fucking wrong. You, using fallacy. And Neil can't seem to keep off the mute button. You're just using fallacy.
There's no fallacy when I...
Begging the question, assuming the very thing you're trying to prove. That would be to say that if it wasn't for ether, you wouldn't have the EM fields. Well, you haven't defined ether and you haven't proven it, and EM fields are EM fields. But what if you automatically assume that they are dependent on the ether field? Then that proves them with the electromagnetic field. That's called circular reasoning. AKA begging the question, a fallacy that you're now talking through, aren't you? Straight through the top of it.
Yeah, I'm not talking.
Yeah, you're not going to listen to how it's a fallacy. You're going to tell me how it isn't, and then go la 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 la. I'm not listening through the top of me explaining exactly what begging the question is. You're not going to listen to that, are you?
No, because you're ignorant.
No, because you're fucking wrong and you disregard evidence, fucking bro.
And you can't even...
Yeah, you can't even listen to my logical fallacies repeatedly spewed at you. Yeah, and then I'm going to laugh at you. What cunt?
Hey, Nathan.
Yeah, you're a cunt. You're not listening to any of the rebuttals. You've been duped. It's embarrassing. What, I should have some sympathy or lower my standards when you go around claiming that I just disregard your shitty, fallacious claims that are definitely not evidence?
I'm a racer. He thinks that there's
just
quantum.
Mute him.
We can quantize fucking
Fuck you,
quantity of atoms. It's quantum. Look at that.
Verbal diarrhea. Fuck off. Get out.
Quantity of atoms is ether now?
Just chanting. Chanting. He thinks the debate is still in session. He still thinks he needs to debate what ether is, when his debate is over when I point out the fallacies used. No, no, not going to listen to the fallacy. No, 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 not going to tolerate an example. No, no, I don't want to do this right now when it's being laboured ad nausea, dumbed down to the point of absolute absurdity. You might like my example. I thought it was dumbed down. Yeah, I would have liked to incorporated the globe into that example, like the guy on the panel said. But I know how fucking stupid the guy is. He's not going to listen. He's going to talk like he's doing right now.
Well, the arc of the measuring tool isn't the cause of Earth curve. The reason I see angular changes in my kitchen is because the ground's curving. That's the only thing it can be.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's been this case for the last 4 years. The only reason we are having this argument is because the people making the claims do not know what science is. That is the only reason we are having this discussion. Not because of fallacy, because of a lack of understanding of science.
That's true. They use fallacy, but you're right.
Ether, as it's I don't even want to say it's claimed to be anything because we don't know, it never gets defined. But it's alluded to be some sort of field that permeates absolutely everything in existence. That's what it's claimed to be.
Right, it's the ethereal cause that causes all these mysterious patterns to form within the fields of everything, light and magnetism, and look, that must be caused by ether. It's so mysterious. That's what they're doing. They're chasing an aberration.
Yeah, but causally, so we have a methodology ascribed to the elucidation of a cause and effect relationship. So what have we got from the ether claimants? Well, the cause is ether, the effect is everything. That's their claim.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, really? Well, empirically, you can validate cause and effect relationships. You can offer some substance to them. The only problem being that you first need to observe something occurring. Well, let's study what they say we need to study occurring. Oh, everything, always? Not just everything, the underlying everything that you can't even experience. That's how much of everything it is. Oh, really? What the fuck are we going to vary and manipulate to cause that effect?
Yeah, but the whole point is, because it's everything, you don't really need to vary and manipulate anything anymore, because it's everything anyway. See?
Oh, it's just back to the begging the question fallacy. it automatically is the cause of absolutely everything in the known existence if I assume it to be the underlying cause of everything in the unknown existence and the known existence, counter space and Euclidean, non-Euclidean too.
Elijah, you're scratching.
Just bollocks. If you want to claim something exists in my physical world, don't try claiming that it's a non-physical, non-experienceable energy field, because I'll just call you a bullshit artist and tell you you've been duped by nonsense again.
They keep chasing this dream of ether, Nathan, and they're not letting go anytime soon.
How did Bush put it? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me. You ain't gonna be fooling me twice.
Can't be fooled.
Just can't get fooled again.
Can't be fooled again.
But why aren't you hypervigilant? That's what I'm kind of alluding to. Why is it that in this community where you go, oh my God, you mean to say the very nature of the ground I'm standing on isn't the way it was taught to me as a child and throughout my entire education? My God, that's an enormous lie. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy the next piece of bullshit that comes on wholeheartedly without any evidence.
Exactly.
I mean, what the fuck, man? I saw this lie and went, oh my God. Jaren sentiment. Oh, well, I'm going to have to reassess everything. Well, yeah. And be hyper-skeptical too. But no. I don't need any evidence of ether. EM fields, if I assume ether, cause ether. That's not begging the question, not that I know what that is.
Maybe this is why our standards are too high. We should just accept everything as an example for everything else.
Now, ether's just an overgeneralization of patterns just happening within things that we do with our mechanical devices, right? That's it. It's the fascination with patterns. They can't figure it out. They want to put it into a singular cause, an icon, if you will, and that's ether now. It's a habit of humans to do that.
It just gets...
Still not defining it, though.
Well, exactly. It gets so tiresome when all you do is ask somebody to provide evidence of something that they're claiming, and you end up getting attacked personally for the standards that you apparently
Let me give a
held.
comparison. It's like trying to explain a cake, right? But you've never defined the ingredients that go into that cake, so you're just going to dismiss the cake outright. When you can define the ingredients, what comprises an ether field, then you can deny it. But you've yet to define magnetism, electricity, or even a field, but you prematurely combined all three words to just invoke that you understand what it is. Can you give me an example of electromagnetism, Nathan?
That would be a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
So you don't have an example of electromagnetism, yet you want to throw it out the window. This is real cute.
So that would be a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Second time.
No, not at all, man.
Do you know what
you asked me to define the ether, but yet I can't do that if you don't understand magnetism or electricity.
I do understand electricity.
You have to understand what those things are premised off of.
My bad. Just yet another fucking asshole telling me what I don't know.
Let's invoke feelings because we can't.
No, you've just told me that I don't understand electricity and electromagnetic fields. That's what you've just told my audience.
Yeah, you're showing.
You cunt! Don't fucking do that anymore, you stupid little moron. Stop telling my fucking audience what I don't know. Yeah? I know what I know. You do not know what I know or don't know. Let's get that absolutely clear. I do know that you are a fucking retard and you don't understand the fallacy I've refuted your claim with twice in the last 2 minutes. You demanding that I evidence EM fields by definition is a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Yes, End of your fucking argument, you stupid retard. Not another invitation for the 17th time for you to go round this stupid argument that I've refuted by pointing out how it's fallacious.
You think light is the...
No, not how I think light, how I think you formulated a fallacy. You stupid boy. You seem to confuse the rebuttal, a detailed explanation of the fallacy you've used contextualised with your example, as an invitation to keep debating. You're just thick.
You're just going to hide.
Not hiding, refuting your claim by pointing out its fallacious use of logic.
You're hiding behind...
Stuttering bitch. Yeah, you're a stuttering bitch making non-stop bullshit claims. You've just told my audience I don't understand EM fields or electricity. Stupid wanker. You don't understand fucking fallacy.
Can you separate the
Can I, what, back to burden of proof reversal fallacy, asking me to do something? No.
Electricity is a thing in itself.
Yeah, back to demanding that I start defining what electricity is and what it does in EM fields. Burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Can't define a field.
So back to, you can't define it as a reversal of the burden of proof like I need to. Back to this non-stop. So when I explained to the audience earlier that I tried to intersect explaining how he's used a fallacy and all he's done in between me explaining how it's fallacious and why it's fallacious, contextually exampled with his detailed example intact in my rebuttal, he's just going to talk through it and ignore it. Yeah, burden of proof reversal fallacy, I'm not claiming it, I'm not the one to define it. You are. You beg the question when you define it and rumpus the rebuttal every single time. Pathetic.
Simmer down.
Pathetic. You scared? Is that what you said to me as you talk through the rebuttal for the 18th time? Scared to hear how you're fucking stupid and using a fallacy? You scared of that, stupid boy?
Got it. So
yeah, scared because you keep talking through it, inferring that you don't like the rebuttal. Now, your rebuttal isn't to repeat your claim for the 18th or 19th time. It would be to acknowledge the rebuttal you've been given that you haven't overcome. Begging the question, reversing the burden of proof. Both fallacies. Not evidence. Fallacy.
Can't have electricity or light
so here
or
we go.
Without the ether.
No acknowledgement of the fallacies he's used. Back into an invitation for your claim again. No, stupid idiot. No, not listening. Belligerence now. Not listening. Nobody invited you to go through your claim again. You've just decided that you're going to, though, right? Yeah, just going to launch into your claim again, you belligerent little prick.
Hand wave dismissal.
Not a hand wave, pointing out how it's fallacious, pointing out how the assumption of the thing you're trying to prove, ether, being the cause of the EM fields that you're going to detail, without proving ether that's assumed, how that circular reasoning, aka a begging the question fallacy, isn't a hand wave, wanker.
Go ahead and define it.
Sorry, you think me pointing out how you've used a fallacy is an invitation for you to reverse the burden of proof for the 19th time?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, that's a hand wave dismissal of my refutation of your claim by way of pointing out its fallacy. That's right.
Just to you. Magnetism's a thing. So
sorry, not an invitation for you to go through your claim about magnetism that assumes ether, begging the question. Not an invitation for you to completely and wholeheartedly ignore every word I've just said either. Hello? Thicko? Retard? Dumb fuck?
Yeah.
Your claim has been refuted by pointing out its use of fallacy.
If you can't define it, then how can...
So you're going to reverse the burden of proof again? 19th time
magnetism doesn't exist?
19th time you have reversed the burden of proof and told me that if I can't do something, you win. No. Me not being able to do something when you're making a claim is a burden of proof reversal fallacy if you claim victory from that burden of proof reversal.
You're the only one claiming victory here.
You're trying to say he's denying.
Sorry, victory in what? What did I claim?
You do.
Sorry, what am I claiming?
You can't deny.
Sorry, first tell me what I'm claiming so I know what I'm claiming victory in.
Let alone a field.
Sorry, what did I claim to be claiming victory in?
You say ether doesn't exist?
So I claim ether, do I, fuckwit? Definitely not. That would be your claim. It seems that you are projecting your burden onto me. And when I ask you what I've claimed to claim victory for, when all I've done is taken apart your claims, and then you reverse the burden of proof. Yeah, that's not me winning. It's me taking apart your stupid, fuckwit, idiotic, deceived for the second time claim of ether that begs the question.
Triggered.
And when it comes to the conclusion and rebuttal that you beg the question, you talk straight through the middle of me. 'Cause you're a wanker who's been duped again.
Triggered.
Not triggered. Defining for the 19th time how you used a fallacy.
Let me know when you're ready to define magnetism so we can...
Why? Did I claim it? Did I claim it?
1 point.
Did I claim it? You stupid boy.
Oh, you deny magnetism?
You stuttering about the fact that I'm not claiming it, so I wouldn't need to define it given I'm not fucking claiming it. But it would be a very good example of you reversing the burden of proof, considering you're claiming it, you stupid retard.
You said at one point in there that magnetism and electricity can't exist without the ether. Now, how do you test that?
That's a begging the question fallacy. Why are you asking him that?
Because electricity is not...
sorry, that wasn't a question to you. It was a question to the guy who thought he would entertain the begging the question fallacy. It's a fallacy, my friend.
When
That's
you're going to
why.
define something, you're just going to hand-wave dismissal everything you see.
Excuse me.
Doesn't exist. Doesn't
Excuse
exist.
me.
It's not
Why
real.
are you chanting through me, Dice Slow, so you're going to be server muted for the rest of the time? No, don't chant through me. The guy that just asked him about his begging the question fallacy. I'm answering him. Earthworm dude.
Yeah.
Because it's a begging the question fallacy. It assumes the thing it's trying to prove.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Well, that's what I'm trying to get him to you know, sort of concede, because he can't test it.
Test what? There's nothing to test. He's assumed it in the first instance. Circular reasoning.
Well, if it would exist, then there would be something to test.
Yeah, he then says magnetic fields, begging the question of ether having something to do with them.
It's kind of funny that instead of actually defining and providing evidence for what you're claiming, you're pointing at something else that we know exists and can actually prove. But because I don't see how asking what the definition of magnetism, how does that help your argument? I thought the argument was supposed to be ether. Is ether magnetism?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That's what I said.
That's what he does. So we asked
defined.
him, what is ether? And his rebuttal is, so you deny magnetism and electricity. That's his argument.
I don't. Outrageous. Very irritating,
Right.
in fact.
Yeah,
They do
it's
the
retarded.
exact same thing when you ask them what's gravity. They start describing it, calculating it. They'll do anything but to tell you what it is.
Right. That's why I say ether is an aberration. It's the next aberration, just like gravity. It's exactly the same structure and the same responses from the people that believe in it.
With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ Panels for making today's extended after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hit the PayPal link, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.